Take your pants off.
My parents were killed by snakes.
Here we go.
Welcome back to What's Trending live from South by Southwest Interactive. We are coming to you live from the Samsung Blogger Lounge in Austin, Texas. And I'm right now with the cast of Burning Love.
Yeehaw! Good job, everyone.
And I did that because I was feeling that title.
Great job.
Austin, right? That's what you do.
I love conference centers. I love conference rooms. I like wall-to-wall carpeting and fluorescent lighting.
It's very warm.
I like the audience staring at screens instead of us, so this is perfect.
You actually caught their attention. They're looking at you instead of looking at their screens.
They hate us.
They're looking at
there's
us
a lot of love.
They're looking at the live stream, I believe.
Watch how Hollywood this is.
Whoa, you are a diva.
Wow, just threw trash down.
I like this blogger pallor that they all have.
That is not a compliment, is it?
It is. They're owning their
smoking?
bloggerness.
Do you want
this?
this?
What is that? Natasha, what is that?
We bring this up.
E-cigarette.
Are you trying to... Oh.
It's an e-cigarette.
No, it's not a microphone.
That is not a microphone. So nice to see you guys. We saw each other at the backstage of the Streamies.
Yes.
You guys won some Streamies. Did you know that? You won some Streamies.
We won?
Yeah.
Well, these guys weren't in the first season, so you guys didn't win anything.
So, yeah, okay, you haven't won anything.
She
We
won.
won some.
Yeah.
I won.
These guys.
What is a
Jury's
streamy
still
the
out.
equivalent of? A
What would you
streamy
say, Ken?
equals...
It's like the Oscars
It's like
of
the
the
Oscars
internet.
of digital,
Yeah.
of web video.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you
Cool.
feeling it?
Sure, that's what it is.
All right.
Was this idea always meant to be for the web, or was it something that you wanted to do, like for TV, but it happened that the web came?
Ken,
so
why
you
don't you take
threw
this
it
one?
There.
I'll take this one.
Ken,
Yeah.
take
I
it.
think this one's for you.
Good one, Ken. Originally, my wife wrote it as just a short kind of one-off piece that we were going to try to get on Funny or Die or something, and then after reading it, I was like, oh, we could try to get a web series, we can do a whole series of this, and that's what we did.
So first you read it, and then you thought you could do a web series of it.
Yes, that's the order
Alright.
that it went. to.
Why do you hate Funny or Die so much?
Yeah, what's
Oh,
wrong?
you got it.
Why
all-
would
oh,
you
you got it all
slam-
wrong, Rob.
Why would
Ken
you
Reno
slam
hates
them?
Funny or Die.
You got it
Creating
all
a
wrong.
network.
Yeah, why would you slam them?
You really burned them.
I merely mentioned them. I didn't
I think it's rude.
dig them at all.
Well, do you think the reason why it was able to, I guess, gain the traction it did gain was because of being on the web?
Hey, Ken,
Or,
why
like,
don't
how
you
did
take
that
this one?
change?
Ken, take this one.
I feel like you're
Take it.
leading the witness, by the way.
Ken, take it.
Yeah, I'll take this one.
Yes.
Yes.
Tell me why.
Can we cut to a reaction shot of me? Can we just get a listening shot? Okay, ready?
Nod your
3,
head.
2, 1.
All right, great.
Okay, thanks. Go back to Ken.
I forgot the question.
How much did you drink last night?
You know, here's my problem.
Yeah.
With coming down to Austin, you have to drink beer. I can't
Really?
drink this
I'm
much
not a beer drinker.
it's too much beer for me.
Mm-hmm.
And so now I'm riddled. My body is just like soaked in beer, and I can't function properly now today.
No.
Like when I'm home, I have a nice glass of wine, maybe one beer, maybe.
Laugh wine is great.
What's that?
Right?
Sorry, cut to my reaction shot for that. Just cut to the earlier reaction shot where I'm not shitting on Ken. Where
Beer
I'm
and
just like,
salty meat.
Oh, yeah,
too
that's
much.
not a good combination.
I'm not feeling well.
I
Do you
disagree.
feel like
I think that's a great combination.
Yeah, well, yes, it is.
What was the question, though?
All right, so I was...
Did it going?
I was gonna talk about- I almost forgot
I
the
believe
question.
I remember the question.
All right, what? You tell me.
did
quest-
it take off because it was online first?
Hey, Rob, I
Right?
was gonna do the
Oh,
question.
you take it.
Yeah,
Did
just
it-
get a reaction shot of Rob while you remember
yeah.
the question.
Yeah.
And you mouth the question while I ask it.
Okay.
Did it take off because it was online?
Oh. I answered this already.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
He did actually answer it.
So how easy is it to parody these types of shows like The Bachelor and all that? Is that like...
I don't know. It's fun. I mean, those shows are kind of a parody of themselves
Yeah,
already.
yeah.
So the goal was to kind of ape the style and the tone of it, and then just goose it like 10%.
But I do think it is hard to because these shows are already
They're
so
already-
ridiculous.
yeah.
That's why if you read comments, people think it's real.
Yeah, that's my favorite. That's my favorite part of the shows that are airing right now on Yahoo. The comment section, because there's about 30% of the people, maybe more, who think it's real and get upset about it or get very invested in it.
And
or they think it's news.
One of the best ones, one of the best comments was that
Yeah.
one guy, Michael Cera, is in the
Yeah.
second
Oh, I
season.
have it.
Do you have it? Oh, can
Oh,
you
you
read
I
it?
actually-
have the
oh.
actual comments. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Are you
pretty
taking out
fascinating.
your
Yeah.
phone?
No. I
Are-
have a
are we-
printout
are
of
we-
it.
Oh, you have a printout of
Are
it.
we
You're
allowed
old
to?
school.
Are we allowed to make fun of Yahoo's viewer? Yahoo's
no,
users.
it's
We're
just-
being
They're
real. It's called authenticity.
Let's be real, because
online
they're stupid. They're
transparency.
stupid.
No,
Everyone that
no,
everyone that's on
no.
Yahoo is stupid.
No,
Yeah.
no.
And
There's
that's-
some,
No,
there's
let's
just
face
some
it. If
people-
Yahoo is the
Go
first
ahead, fire me. I
stop-
don't care. Fire me. Cut me out of season 3. I don't care.
There are some people who just think it's real, and they get really invested in it. And here's one of the comments.
Here, this is Michael Cera's on the show.
Yeah.
And this is a comment. His name's Wally on the show. And the comment is, Wally looks just like the kid from Juno.
That's amazing.
Isn't that amazing? And then later, like, this is okay, but I still prefer The Bachelor. It honestly seems a little scripted to me. But hey, aren't most reality shows? Good perspective, bro.
That is awesome. You see, isn't that great? Like, whereas if this started on TV, you wouldn't be. Well, I guess you could get live tweets, but to be able to track those incredible comments,
Yeah,
it could only happen on the web.
Yeah, it's fun to read it. It's fun to get invested in the comments.
But seriously, everyone on Yahoo is an idiot.
you
Yeah.
stop it!
Well, fire me. I mean, what are you gonna do?
You've already been fired.
Well, hire me back and fire me again.
Do it right now. Let's break some news. Hiring and then firing.
You got your job back.
Yes.
All right.
You're fired.
What?
And this is on Samsung's stage, so basically now Samsung and Yahoo hate each other. We've started a corporate war.
This is getting out of hand. Let's talk about it now being on the transitioning to E. 'Cause I
We're
feel
getting
like
the wrap it up sign from
I
the
know,
guy
like-
who's next.
Marc Maron's
Marc
telling me
Maron's
to wrap
telling
it up.
us
He's
to
like,
wrap
I'm
it
getting
up.
bored of this.
Maron
All right,
wants us to
let's-
wrap it
well,
up.
let's seriously talk about it, transitioning from web now to the TV show, and I feel like this will set an example for a lot of people.
Who are doing web series in the hopes that it will get picked up for a series
perhaps,
on TV?
yeah. And how that connects and continuing to create original online while it's on TV, and like, where do you see that all going?
Can I take that?
Yeah, you want
This
to
is for you,
take
actually.
that one.
Thank
I was
you.
gearing this to
About
you.
time. What's up, America? I think that
Thank you, sorry.
the cool thing in all of this is that if you leave people alone to go do funny stuff, they're gonna go and make it good and make it funny, and then you can pick it up and put it on your channel and take credit for it. Like, that's what is happening now. Like, I mean, it is. It's like they didn't give you notes, really. Like E didn't go, hey, kid, what, blah blah. Like E was like, that's really funny. We'll put that on TV. I think if you make a good product first, then it'll get on TV.
Yeah, I think
Hi,
making
everybody.
making something on the web, what you get with that is creative freedom, and you also get a lot less money. But when you do something under the radar
You're
like
changing that, though, I know.
that,
your budgets
are
were
we? Did you?
huge.
Are we getting? Yeah, we got.
Yeah.
Huge
Have you heard about the
budgets.
Netflix budgets? There's breaking news there.
What? No, tell me.
We'll talk about it after.
No, it's breaking news. Tell us.
It's
Breaking
on.
news? Are you
Is
going
it
to tell me
trending?
after?
If it's trending, we want to
Yeah, it
know
was
about
You'd
it.
be a terrible newscaster.
45
Breaking news. I'll tell you
45
later.
million per episode. Or no, 4.5 million, my producer.
Big
is telling me.
difference.
45 million.
Huge
He's like
difference.
5. I was like 45.
Wow,
But
we
yeah,
really got.
millions
Wow.
per episode.
That's
got
about what Burning Love was, right?
We got. screwed
We
on
got
Burning
paid
Love.
in chicken nuggets.
Chicken McNuggets.
Did you dip those in anything?
We weren't
Yeah.
allowed to get any of the sauces. That was
Oh,
extra.
that's really unfortunate.
Well, should I segue? Can I come back around?
No,
Yeah,
you
say
can do
come-
it. Do
yeah.
it. Take it.
So where do you see this all going? Burning Love as
Oh no, the answer. Well, we were talking about just doing things under
Yeah.
the radar and having more creative freedom.
Yeah.
And when you do things like that, I think there's a better chance to have like kind of a more of a singular voice and more of a unique voice. And so, when you the hope is to do those projects and then live or die by those things, and you feel more comfortable.
People are fast forwarding through this part of the interview.
They can't. It's live. They literally can't.
I think we need to wrap it. I was gonna.
Can they fast forward through a live thing?
They can't. It's called. There's a player, and
But
you
when
can
you're
move
live,
it.
you can't fast forward
No,
it.
you can't.
Right.
Oh, that's a shame.
Time just stays still.
It'd be cool
All
if they were
right. I'm not
fast
gonna
forwarding
answer
and
any
they
more
came back and
questions.
we're just all talking about
Rob, can you give me your strategy to
something
your
weird.
amazing tweets?
to Oh,
And that's how I'm gonna wrap this one up.
Yeah, Natasha,
Oh.
you take it.
So Rob, he just kind of walks around, and he looks at stuff, and then he pulls out his phone and
Really?
just kind of types it out.
No way.
thank you very much.
That
Thank
was
you.
amazing.
Thanks, guys.
Give it up for the cast of Burning Love, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you,
Is
America.
that it? Is that
Thank
the
you
end
for
of
your
the
We really
insights.
changed
You see-
America
yes,
here.
You have changed all of us.
Where do we
What's
go to-
Marc Maron going to talk about when he gets up here?
Yeah, he's going to
talk
talk
about
about
us?
how great this interview was.
All right.
No, I appreciate it though. You guys rock, and I love what you guys have done.
Thanks a
And
lot.
people have thought we were doppelgangers of each
I
other.
want to say that I'm in no way affiliated with the Samsung Corporation.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I don't suckle at the teat of Samsung.
By the way, Martin, what do you have to say about all this?
This entire room looks as bored as it did when we started this interview.
Hey, we've got more people have come here since we started.
Yeah.
Look at they're all
A few
just
of them have
staring at
just
us.
like turned around.
think
They've
they're here
given
to-
up.
Escort us out.
All right, so check out Burning Love on yahoo.com right
Yeah.
now and on E.
That's right. Season 1 on E,
There you
season
go.
2 on Yahoo.
And
Where's
Burning
season 3?
If
Season
everybody
3
could
is coming
pass their
out.
mics forward to me.
Season
That'd be
3 will
good.
be coming out right after season 2 on Yahoo.
On Yahoo. Very
Yeah.
nice. Thank you guys. Have fun at South by Southwest.
Thank you
and
so
stay
much.
tuned because we'll be back with Marc Maron. Next, everyone, tweet us, hashtag Samsung SXSW. We're at What's Trending.
Look at all of us trying not to feel empty. 1-1. Is this on?
You are watching What's Trending live from South by Southwest Interactive. I'm Shira Lazar, coming to you from the Samsung Blogger Lounge, and I'm joined by the amazing Marc Maron.
Can you feel the electricity?
I'm feeling it. It's emanating.
There are people judging as we speak and typing onto blogs as we speak. People are going, Maron sucks. His opening 3 words were bad.
Oh, shut up. People love you and you know it.
Well, that's very nice of you to say. I appreciate that. I
feel like we've gotten closer in the
That was a
past
very
hour.
good way to start an interview. Wow, tell me more about this people loving me thing.
People do. I mean, you're like one of the #1 podcasts.
Yes, that's what I hear. Thank you very much. I
Yeah.
appreciate all the support.
I know. I've been supporting it for, it's all because of my
God,
support.
this is going so well. Can I, is there someone who can take my glass? Because I'm starting to feel awkward about
Should I take it?
didn't really mean for you to do it. And you're going to drink out of it? This is fucking awesome. What is happening up here right now? Was this an interview or a date?
We're connecting.
Yeah?
All right.
Oh, I'm wearing my laminate. That's stupid. Can we cut that part? I don't need that.
You don't like that. You were going to talk about how you don't like those.
What,
hanging
it's
out
just,
with those.
I've been on stage where you're at a festival and you're performing stand-up with your laminate. You have to assume that people are like, did he need that to get on stage? I mean, it's a little stupid at that point.
Yeah.
You
have to own
would
it.
think that he wouldn't have to have that on while he's performing on television. I think at Bonnaroo, I was actually wearing my laminate on stage on the Comedy Central taping. It's like,
No
wow,
way.
that's weird that he couldn't get on there without his laminate.
Why didn't anyone notice that?
Huh?
Why didn't anyone notice that? They
Because
should've just
people don't
taken it off.
care. They're only thinking about themselves. And then, when some executive goes, where was the PA to tell him that he shouldn't have worn his laminate? And then that intern moves on.
It's little things. It's little things.
That intern learned his first lesson in show business.
So it
Never again with the laminate.
So it seems, I feel like, you really pioneered like podcasting in many ways for the comedy world, and I feel like every comedian
Pioneering
has
is a nice way to put it. I seem to open a gate that everybody is now crammed into. I don't know if I was a pioneer. There were definitely podcasters before me, but I think that when I did it, there was a sort of a current ran through the comedy community, which was sort of like, well, fuck, if Maron can do it. And that kind of opened the floodgates to that type of show. And it's exciting. I mean, I'm glad a lot of people are doing it. I'd prefer if some of them didn't do my exact show. But,
what is your exact formula?
Well, ask Pete Holmes, because he's successfully lifted my formula shamelessly.
Oh.
And he's doing very well with it. And he's completely happy with the fact that he's proud. Like, he'll come up to me and go, I stole your show. And then, he laughs like that, by the way. And if you think about it, Pete Holmes was genius, because I don't do a fucking interview where I don't bring that guy up. So what he did was glom on.
You're just giving him PR now.
Exactly. Please listen to Pete Holmes and hear what the nicer version of me
But then,
and the more goofy
listen
version.
to you and compare and contrast. And
There's no comparison. All right, let's drop it.
okay.
I just wanted to have an awkward moment because I wanted people to, look
It's all
up.
good.
All right. This is early to be doing this shit.
Is it?
I just want you to know that.
No, I like seeing you in this.
Like we
bright
just woke up
lights.
together, that kind of feeling. Like, do I look at
After a long night on the town at South
but
by
I think,
Southwest.
I think if that would happen, you'd be going, oh, what did I do? What did I do that for? It's fucking Marc Maron. Is he going to talk about it? Doesn't he have a girlfriend? This is fucked up.
I would feel
Hi,
kind
we're
of
here.
Weird.
Yeah.
It's kind of awkward. And then interviewing you after even would be even
That would
more
be,
awkward.
Oh, I wish we would have fucked. Could you imagine that interview? Like, could we not talk about that while we're up there? Can we not do that?
But I think it actually would be because it would be our secret.
Not anymore. By the way, Jessica, this is all fiction. This didn't happen. There's no reason to be jealous, all right? She's Jewish. I'm Jewish. That'll never work. You understand? That's a disaster. I've been through that. I love you. What?
How many trips to Austin thus far?
How many
What year is this, South by Southwest?
I think I've been here 4 times,
Yeah.
and all of them aggravating. As much as I love doing things like this with you,
This will be a highlight.
It will.
I know.
Walking out into the streets, and sometimes you walk around and you're just sort of like, should I be on that line? Why not just get on that line for a while? And you just sort of stand there and like, what are we waiting for? Oh, I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
I can eat somewhere else. So my experience here has been okay. I'm not a big festival guy. I don't like to be among a large crowd of people with expectations. I'd rather just be alone, wondering what happened.
But you're in front of a crowd of people almost every night.
Yeah, that's different. That's my crowd. It's not like I just don't.
You have control over the crowd.
Well, I'd like to
You're
think
a control
that.
freak,
Can you really?
OCD?
No. Do you really have control over anybody? I think that's a lesson we all have to learn, right?
Oh.
It's taken me 2 marriages, and I still haven't figured it out
Good
yet.
to
so,
know.
yeah.
This is becoming like a therapy session.
Do you know who you're talking to?
What have been some of your favorite interviews or moments from the podcast?
Oh, you want to bring it back to?
Yeah. I'm trying to control this somewhat.
I just want to say that, like, I'm not this guy, but really, my iPhone's not working in here. I get it. Okay, I don't know what kind of blocker you've got going, but I cannot check my Twitter, and this is, okay.
Go on the Wi-Fi. What's wrong?
I didn't know that was an option. Should we do that now? Do you have a
No, it's
password?
fine.
All right. Some of my favorite episodes of WTF.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, when people ask me that, every one of them, there's maybe 5 or 6, and don't ask me about those because I don't know who they are.
Yeah.
But I always get something out of them, and I think that a lot of them are really good conversations. Some of the ones that had the biggest impact on me that were surprising. Norm Macdonald, for some reason, was very surprising to me because I didn't really know Norm that well, other than we're just comics.
Yeah.
And I literally, before I do an interview, I don't prepare much. I don't do whatever you did there.
What? I'm not that prepared.
I just kind of get into a zone to talk.
Yeah.
And I literally was like, I don't know if Norm can talk like a person. Like, I was familiar
He's
with his
cool.
comedy. He's great.
Yeah.
But like, I didn't know if he talked like he did comedy and how that would be an hour. Do you know what I mean? And then when I got in there, it just popped open, and I was like, oh my God, I had no idea anything about this guy. And we had this great conversation. Like after that conversation, I was like, holy shit, we got to put this up now. It was very exciting. Stephen Wright was exciting. Mel Brooks I did a couple weeks ago, and that was amazing. The 2 episodes with Louis were great because we were able to patch up some problems in our friendship, and Todd Hansen was good, and Carl Reiner was exciting.
What is the key to like having people open up like that and talk to you for an hour because you know each other from the comedy world or
well, I don't know if I have a system or anything, but I think that really the key is to not look at it as an interview and to look at it as a conversation and just to follow the conversation and not follow your expectations, because most of the time when you're talking to somebody with a public personality, you have a conception of who they are, and if you honor that narrative, you're not going to get much other than what they put out as a public personality, and usually you're wrong about who they are. So if you just sort of follow the conversation and listen, and don't be afraid to dump your own shit into the conversation, usually you'll have something authentic happen. And I'm just saying that in retrospect.
Should I share my insecurities right now with you?
I see them. Don't worry about it. No reason to share.
Mark,
We see what you're doing.
This is very endearing, actually. This actually makes you that much more attractive.
I'm sure.
But now you have the show. You're transitioning your podcast, which has really allowed you to do this show that's going to be on IFC in May. Maron. It's an autobiographical.
Yeah,
type
we didn't
of
know what to
show.
call it. It took a lot of thought. Initially we thought, like, let's just call it Not Louie, and and we thought that would be a little too suggestive, so we went with Maron, just Maron.
It's simple and sweet.
Go ahead. What else you got?
So what can people expect from it?
They can expect a lot of me. Like if you hadn't have your fill of me, there's more me coming in a different format.
You really love yourself.
No, I don't. It's just all I have. Do you understand? Like I'm not a guy that's making puppets or cartoons. I'm just in the constant progress of the me project. The show is a scripted half-hour comedy. It's based on a guy whose career was in the toilet, and he started doing a podcast in his garage. Crazy, right? It's amazing that I even created that. But it is weird, though. If I would have pitched that show like 10 years ago, like I got this idea. There's this dude, he's like down and out, and he interviews celebrities in his garage. People be like, that's fucking stupid. And now it's really happening. I've caught up. So it's stories from my life that are heightened and fictionalized, and then we have celebrities or people playing themselves as podcast guests. We use the guests and sort of they're only in for a few minutes. A couple of them are part of the narrative, but every episode has somebody playing themselves, which some people were very excited about. Ken Jeong could not have been more thrilled to play himself.
Oh, I love him.
he's such a sweet guy, and he's a huge fan of the podcast. And he did the pilot presentation as well. And I was very grateful that he did it. But he's like, no, I love it. That people always expect me to be this crazy guy.
He was
And
a doctor.
Right.
Before.
No, he's still,
I met him. Well, is he still a doctor?
He's still a doctor, but I don't know if he was renewing his license every year.
He's like, you never
I don't
know how
if
long
he
this
stopped
Hollywood
that.
thing is going to continue.
He was a GP, and I've called him for health advice. Like once he did my podcast, I've literally sent emails to Ken Jeong going, should I be on medicine for this? I mean, do I need to get this checked? Could you recommend? Because there was a period where I didn't have insurance because I wasn't working.
It's okay.
Okay, and
Okay. We'll get through
and
it.
I literally, because Ken used to work at Kaiser, right? So I'm like, is Kaiser good? Are they
Can you
going to
hook
take
me up,
care of
man?
me? Yeah. I'm like, could you hook me up? Is there a doctor over
Kaiser
there?
swag.
It was this close. What did I? Oh, I don't even want to tell that
Oh
story.
no! Oh no! See, bring it out. I'm bringing it out.
Okay.
Bring
All
it
right.
out.
All right. Here's what was happening. I had
Oh.
to do. No, I had
This
to
is
do
a
a TV
herpes story.
taping. No, it's not that. It's not that. We're all grown-ups here.
Yes.
Everyone has cold sores, right?
Yeah.
So, come on, anyone who's lived has
what?
got that
I was about to have a
souvenir,
sip
right?
of your water.
When those things come up, you're like, yeah, the 80s, right? I don't know where I got it, and I do get cold sores, and you
Stress.
Yeah, whatever it is, but you've got the thing that
Yeah.
makes them, and then you got to go like, who was that? But sometimes it could be a child, it could be a drinking fountain. I didn't do any. I don't know, but
Who knows?
so I was getting a cold sore, and I had to do a TV thing, and I was on the road, right, and I was freaking out. Because I didn't have any of my medicine, because there's pills you can take and they'll go away, like Valtrex or something.
Yeah.
So I didn't know what to do. So I emailed Ken. I'm like, dude, can you prescribe me for Valtrex? I'm in Alabama. Can you somehow get
Are
me a
you
prescription
kidding?
for Valtrex? And he's like, no, I can't really do that. You can't really do that kind of prescribing if you haven't seen the patient. And I'm like, all right. Now I'm wondering if it was even that. I think it was a worse problem.
Couldn't you have just texted him a picture?
No, but ultimately I didn't get it, so it was cool. It did,
Very good.
I was just panicking that I was going to get one for a TV appearance, and then I had to apologize to Ken and say, I really liked your work in all the movies, and sorry to bother you
And
about my cold sore.
And then you felt a real connection.
Yeah, it
Came on
was
your
good.
pilot presentation. Well, I'm excited to see the show.
What's that?
I'm excited to see the show.
Are you rapping?
I think we need a wrap. Is this
We
like an
didn't even
awkward
talk
halt
about
to our
it.
conversation?
Don't you want to know, who are some of the guests that were on the
You
show?
said, right, so you said
What's some of-
10.
Is that enough for you?
No, I want more.
You didn't.
Sure.
You were rapping.
No, I'm letting
No,
you
you
tell
were
me. I'm
rapping.
not going to ask. I was feeling you telling me.
Did somebody do the? Yeah. Was there a lull?
No.
Would you rather have 5 improvisers up here stumbling over shit? What do you want?
I like you. And I hope that even though I'm not a comedian, maybe you'll let me, just hang out while you're podcasting one day.
It's happening. She's hitting on me. You guys saw it. You guys saw it. She just said, I want to come to your house and sit in your garage, just doing anything, I think is how I heard that. How did you hear it? Jessica, again, this is all for show. This is jokey joke. Ha ha. I'll call you in a minute. All right, I know.
All right. Give it up
Fuck.
for Marc Maron right now. Check out his podcast, of course. And the show Maron, which will be on IFC
In May.
In May. Looking forward to that one. Thank you so much.
Lovely to see you. You did a great job. And I hope your dad saw that.
My dad's still watching.
She's wonderful. Don't be disappointed. It's going to happen for her.
I hate you. All right, stay tuned. Coming up, we have Randi Zuckerberg coming on the stage at the Samsung Blogger Lounge. We'll be back in just a bit. Oh, hello, hello, hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I have it here, Damon. Welcome back to What's Trending live from the Samsung Blogger Lounge at South by Southwest.
Yeah!
We're right now with the one and only Randi Zuckerberg. Give it up for Randi, everyone.
Thanks, guys. I am impressed by the energy in this room, considering how many of you I saw out at parties last night.
It happened. It happened. Nice to see you again. We're like veterans of South by, right?
We are. I feel like I'm like the grandma of South by now.
It's the jewels. You're owning the jewels.
That's right, like the Vegas.
You're like
jewels.
the wise lady. Well, I feel like you've evolved so much since being here, I remember with Facebook, and now you have your own company, your own media empire that you're building.
Just trying to follow in your amazing footsteps.
We're going to just give each other compliments this whole time. No, because I love Randi. We've known each other for years. And so, coming off of being at Facebook and then starting your own thing, I feel like you love doing so much. So where are you seeing Randi Zuckerberg's brand and growing that? You have your own media company now, and you've done a bunch of projects recently.
It's really funny. So I took, between Facebook and starting my own thing, I took a year to sort of go on a listening tour. I had a baby, and it was a lot of change in 1 year for me. And one thing that I really realized was no matter where in the world I was or what topic I was speaking about, people, especially moms, would always come up to me and ask these really personal questions about tech in their lives. So it was like, oh my God, what is my kid doing with Snapchat? Or, my husband uses his iPad in bed and we have no intimate time anymore. Like really personal questions. Yeah. And I realized along the way, there's no kind of Dear Abby or Emily Post for this modern wired mom, this wired woman. And it seemed like there was a big void to fill there. And so hopefully that's what you'll see more coming out of the Randi Zuckerberg brand.
And you're doing that also with this newsletter you started, Complicated,
Exactly.
which is also, you announced with it a book. It's like a double announcement. So tell people about what Complicated is.
So Complicated is really this brand talking to this woman who she's way more tech savvy than people give her credit for. She is on Facebook for hours a day. She's on Pinterest. She has her phone. But she didn't grow up with tech in her DNA, and so she's a little insecure maybe about how to hold on to her job with younger tech-savvy people or what her kids are doing. And I feel like there's a really big gap in the marketplace between super geeky content and then just mommy lifestyle content. And so that's where Complicated is playing.
And it started with this great post from your mom.
That's
which
right.
Created a huge buzz around it. Was it easy to get your mom to blog and post that?
She was so nervous. My mom is adorable, but I was like, you're someone people want to hear from.
It's the mom, right, of the Zuckerberg family.
Can you please do a post on kind of being a tech-savvy grandma? And she was like, I'm not that tech-savvy. But I think what was so funny, she said that one of her big things she uses to keep in touch with our family is Google alerts, and that she finds out more about her kids from Google alerts than actually conversations with us. So I was like, wow, Jewish mom guilt and tech all in one. Good job, mom.
That's going to make her really paranoid, those Google alerts, to be like, no, that's not true.
That's
Just because
right.
someone blogged it doesn't mean it's
That's
true.
right, exactly.
Right?
Like, did you see that commercial that's everywhere that's like, if it's on the internet, it must be true, like the French model that they're dating? I feel like it's like that.
I'm feeling that. And so this will become a book as well.
Yeah, so Dot Complicated is going to be, actually, it's 2-book
Okay.
package. It's an adult book and a children's book. And it's
Oh.
about finding the balance between tech and non-tech in your lives. Because tech is so powerful, but I think a lot of times we let our devices own us instead of using them.
Yeah.
And, we live in this amazing world where you can literally donate a kidney to someone you've never met through finding them on the web. But then you sit next to someone at work and you instant message them instead of talk to their face. Or you go home and you are on your laptop instead of spending time with your significant other or your family. So it's like, we need to find balance in our lives, and you need to speak to both adults and children about that.
Does your family get to do that? I mean, because you guys live so much online. You're so present online. Do you get to go offline and be like real people at all?
It's hard, but we try to implement like digital detox Sundays in our house now.
Oh, really?
So we really try, like, Sunday is family day. There's kind of set times that you can be checking email or being online. And I've actually found at first it was hard. Like, you literally go through withdrawal from your devices. And then you kind of remember, you're like, wow, this is what it means to be in the moment of my life with the people around me. It's actually really great.
Yeah, and you become a better person.
That's right.
You grow. Now, you were also busy this year with the Silicon Valley show.
Yes.
Which was a big thing for everyone in the space. It was on Bravo. What was that experience like for you? What did you learn in terms of creating a reality show like that and about this community?
It was interesting. It was an interesting experience. First of all, it was really fun. It had always been on my bucket list to work on a television show. As a young girl, I dreamed of that. I never thought that I would get to work on a television show, kind of being a geeky girl and not going through like the traditional Hollywood mailroom. So that was an amazing experience. I also think the fact that the show got so much attention definitely still talks to how culturally significant TV is in our society.
Yeah.
A lot of people, obviously, I love everything that we're doing with live and online, and you're starting to see YouTube and Netflix and Hulu get more original content. But I wonder if that show had debuted on YouTube, if people would have cared as much.
Interesting. Yeah, I think I put a bigger spotlight on it, and it made it it brought the glamour of TV to the tech community. It was a big deal.
That's
and I
right.
think people are waiting for maybe a network to tell that story properly.
Yeah.
But it's hard to know what the best way is.
That's right. And obviously, Bravo is a very, the kind of content on Bravo, it's a little salacious, it's sexy, it's dramatic. So, I mean, they were definitely telling one side of the story, not a, complete Silicon Valley experience for everyone. But now I think there's 3 more shows coming out that are called Silicon Valley. There's one on HBO. Hopefully we're starting to see a more complete side of the story being told.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And now you're here with Marie Claire. They're going to be doing this panel about the convergence of fashion and technology.
Yes, I think fashion is one of the most exciting places of innovation in tech right now. You used to have these very exclusive high fashion events like Fashion Week where you'd have to wait 9 months to get the fashion off the runway. And now, thanks to all these tech sites, you can buy things immediately, and you can have a young girl across the world can be as much of a style influencer as a supermodel.
Yeah.
I think it's really exciting.
Do you think it's interesting you become this voice for this kind of converging culture because of, your background and now who you've become? Is that what you expected? Were you always into tech?
I was always kind of into tech tangentially, I think.
Yeah. You'd be like, I wish I could code
That's
like
right.
you.
I mean, you should see the computer science guys at Harvard. I would not have considered myself tech when I was there.
Yeah.
But it's exciting. Tech no longer is just about coding. Anyone can be a hacker. Tech influences so much of our lives. It influences parenting. It influences our careers, our love lives. It's hard to work in any industry this day, really, and not be in tech.
So where do you see the Randi Zuckerberg brand heading this year and beyond?
Gosh, well, you know, I hope maybe if I can be a voice for kind of the young wired moms out there and help them find a balance again between tech and non-tech in their lives, or at least just provide some solace in balancing all the craziness that is having kids and working and growing up in this wired world, then that would be success for me.
Well, that's awesome. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. Give it up for
Thank
Randi
you guys.
Zuckerberg.
Thank you.
At Randi Zuckerberg on Twitter. Check out Complicated. We have one more question, being in the Blogger Lounge right now and the STEM initiative that Samsung is doing. And can you just speak on, as a mom, the importance of bringing that to this generation?
Absolutely. Well, I just saw a really exciting article the other day. I think the youngest person to ever make an iPhone app is a first grade girl, which I think it just came out a couple of weeks ago.
That's amazing.
Which is, I mean, first of all, as a mom, as a woman, as just like someone who loves the web and mobile, that was so exciting to me.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's two sides to the story. I think on one side, we definitely need to start supporting more of this education in the classroom, especially for girls. On the other side, we need, it's up to people like us and everyone in this room to make it sexy in pop culture for women
Accessible
to go
and
into tech.
mainstream.
That's right.
and broader.
That's right. And so I think, anyone who has a platform or a voice or a media outlet, that needs to start becoming integrated in the story so that it's kind of socially acceptable also to go down that
And
path.
also, so it doesn't feel overwhelming to be in technology as a young girl.
That's right.
Or woman. You could do it as
That's
well.
right. You have role models
Yeah.
to look up to and people that you see who are achieving success.
All right. Well, check out Complicated right now. Join the newsletter.
Thanks.
More to come from Randi Zuckerberg. Thank you so much.
And thank you, Shira.
Thank you.
Gorgeous media empress.
You're so hilarious. All right, coming up next, we have a ton more people. Who do we have? We have Grace Helbig coming up. Shay Carl, YouTube stars. Who else? Oh, Kamau Bell from FX. Andre Meadows. We have a ton more people, so keep it right here on our live stream, youtube.com/what's trending. Also join us here at the Samsung Blogger Lounge all day long. Tony Hsieh is coming up, happy hour. We're going to be talking about how he's redeveloping downtown Vegas, so that'll be a very interesting conversation. Awesome. See you in a bit. You are watching What's Trending live from South by Southwest. How are you doing? We are live from the Samsung Blogger Lounge with W. Kamau Bell. How are you?
I'm great. I'm
FX
awesome.
is totally biased.
Yes, they are, and I am.
You are very biased.
I am very biased. No, I'm totally biased.
You are totally biased.
I'm
Thank you
completely
for being
biased.
here. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
And you brought out your whole crew with you.
Yeah, I got a bunch of the writers from the show Totally Biased with me. We're doing some stand-up here at South by.
Doing a whole show.
Yeah, tonight we have a show at the IFC house.
That's
yeah.
cool. So you get a lot of perks working with you.
Yes, exactly.
Bring you around, like you bring people around with
Yes,
you everywhere.
it comes with trips and an admission to festivals. Yes.
So you have a very topical show on FX.
I do.
And it, comedy, politics blends it all together. What's that like, keeping up with everything and doing a show like that?
I mean, I think I've always kept up with that. I mean, don't we all keep up with everything in the 21st century?
No, not everyone.
I mean, you're on Twitter and, and Facebook. And,
Yeah.
Are we all sort of? I mean, I feel like I was always keeping up with everything, and I would talk about it in my act because I'm a stand-up.
Yeah.
And then I got the opportunity to do a TV show, so I was like, why don't I just do the thing I'm already doing?
And you put the whole format together.
I mean, that would sound. I
It's
put the
all
whole
you.
It was all me. Yes, it was all me, 100%. Nobody helped. People refused to help, and now I'm.
You are one of those, aren't you?
I'm slowly killing them. No, we have a whole TV crew, but the show is executive produced by a comedian named Christopher Rock. I don't know if you're familiar with his work.
Christopher.
Christopher Rock. Christopher J. Rock.
Is that his nickname, Christopher J. Rock?
Yes. And so he found me in a club in New York, the UCB Theater, and helped me get a TV show.
What's it like to be discovered by Chris Rock?
I don't know, that's a weird question. Like, I've never been discovered by anybody else, so it's hard to, it's great, it's good.
Like born into it.
I'll say it's good.
But is it one of those things where he plucks you out of obscurity and just like takes you into?
Are you
into
saying
his
I was
arms?
obscure? No. Wait a minute. How did I get to be obscure?
You're not obscure.
Thank you.
You just weren't. You weren't under
sorry?
Chris Rock's wing.
I wasn't under. That's true. I was not under Chris Rock's wing. I was under other people's wings. But yeah.
And so you get this.
You're a little bit. I put you back on your feet a little bit. This is nice. The interviewer has turned into the interviewee. It's like Frost Nixon up here.
But what's it like working with him? Like, what has he taught to you?
He's great. He's very loud. He paces a lot. I call him foul-mouthed Yoda because he gives a lot of good advice, but it's not always grammatically correct, and it's filled with swear words.
That is awesome.
yeah,
I want one of those.
Yeah, no, you do. He's great. No, he's really supportive. He believes in the show, and he had a show kind of like our show, so he knows everything we're going to do before we do it. So yeah.
Can he pluck me out of obscurity?
Again with obscurity. Is that the theme of this room? Here we are with someone who's obscure.
Obscure is the new cool.
You couldn't get the sentence out of your mouth. You don't even. Yeah.
Hipsters were obscure. Now they're rock stars.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Or tech people. No, all right. Let's not go
Next
there.
question, please.
Give us a look at how you put together the show week to week.
Okay, so we start on basically Monday. We all come in, and everybody has their own website to go to, and you rip apart the headlines, and you try to chase the big story.
Yeah.
And then by Tuesday, you try to figure out what the big story everybody's talking about is, and then you try to rip that story apart with punchlines, and then you watch The Daily Show every night to figure out which jokes they already did that you can't do on Thursday.
Nice.
And then on Thursday, we throw it up and do a whole show. Yeah.
Is it amazing? Their way of taking on the news is just so incredible.
Yes. And they're much better than us. Thank you.
An inspiration.
No, they're great. No, they're great. They're the gold standard, and that's why our show we're trying to find a space that they don't take up, which I think we're doing a good job of.
What is that space?
We're more cultural than political. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So culture now is political. But we tend to take a broader look at things than just like the policy, like the people. Like we don't look at. I'm into politics, but I don't look at it like fantasy baseball or like WWE wrestling like some people do. So I like the bigger things,
And how are you using social media to connect with your audience throughout the week during the show?
Well, yes, I have a very active Twitter and Facebook profile that I engage with people, and I will get into arguments and sometimes with people, which is good to just.
You get into arguments with the trolls? That's like the rule number one.
Well, no, I don't tend
respond
to
to
like
trolls.
arguments with people who actually have legitimate points. With trolls, I just like to try to confuse.
Yeah.
Like when they come out here, if I only engage trolls when I can confuse them. But yeah, so we have, and then we're Totally Biased is all connected in, and we, sometimes we get stories from people through social media. Like they say, "Hey, did you know about this?" We're like, "No, we didn't. We will make jokes about that on Thursday." So, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
And how do you feel the comedy world has changed with, the podcasts and now, a lot of people using Twitter to basically create their jokes and
Well, I
people
think
launching their own websites and everything.
the story of Totally Biased is kind of the story of how the landscape has changed.
Yeah.
Because I didn't have to wait for a network to find me. I was on doing my thing, and I was on YouTube and on Facebook, and so therefore somebody emailed Chris Rock, look at this guy's clips. He came to see my show, and then we put the idea together, and then we took it to the network. So it sort of takes, you sort of don't have to go through the traditional halls of show business, which is awesome.
Yes, we love that. We love breaking
Yes.
new ground.
Yes.
And you also have this newsletter, right?
I have a what?
This great newsletter. I have the
I have
name. You have an email newsletter for fans. It's using FanBridge.
Yes, I do. Yeah, I send out usually monthly emails to people to let them know
Yes.
what's going on, and those people really get
That's practical.
They get baby pictures. They get all.
They get baby. Oh, so this is a personal.
No.
newsletter.
It's look, my fans are like family. I'm not like a lot of you showbiz people where I try to create a wall between me and my fans. I like to make my fans like family. So they've gotten.
What what did you look like as a child?
Not my baby pictures of my baby.
Oh,
That's weird. Here's a picture of me in a bathtub getting a bath. That was very dirty.
that's why I was
It
like.
was so dirty that day. Oh, look at it. No, pictures of the baby I own.
Oh, that's
not pictures
sweet.
of
That's
me.
nice.
Yeah,
Makes
that's why you. I was like, why is she
look
so
really
weird about baby
sensitive.
pictures? No, pictures of the
I have
baby.
issues. I do have issues.
The pictures of the baby I created.
You also were early jumping onto the Harlem Shake meme.
I mean, I thought we were late, but they still keep coming. So I think what we did at Totally Biased is we jumped into the Harlem Shake meme because we felt like we had to right the ship because nobody was doing the Harlem Shake. So we put out a video in which at the end of it, somebody's actually doing the Harlem
What
Shake.
is that? Can you show us the Harlem Shake?
No.
What is it? It's like I'm.
There you go. You just did it. Wait, there it is.
Like
Okay,
this?
hold on.
No,
No,
this looks like I'm just
No. Okay,
doing some
okay, hold
weird-
on. Let me have this. So shoulders up and down. There you go. Look at that. See, look at that. Look, everybody, give her a round of applause.
Thank
for doing the Harlem
you.
Shake.
That is a real Harlem Shake for all of you watching, all you young folks watching.
Yes.
Okay, so in 60 seconds or less, explain the sequester to us. Now
Oh,
go.
good Lord. when did I sign up for this? I don't remember volunteering for this.
You don't sign up; it just happens.
I don't. The sequester is proof that the government is run by the same people who played Dungeons and Dragons as kids.
No way.
Yes, and they're just making it up as they go along. And so they invented a dragon. We got a sequester. What are we gonna do? I don't know. You made it up. You can kill the dragon, Dungeon Master. That's what the sequester is.
Love it. Give it up for W. Kamau Bell. The show's Totally Biased on FX. Check it out.
How'd I do? Did I do as good as Marc Maron?
Marc Maron, were you there for the Marc Maron interview?
No, I was out here. I was afraid
It
to
was
watch.
awesome. It was awesome. And you can all check it out if you're watching our live stream right now. One, check him out at W. Kamau Bell. And also check out our interview with Marc Maron. It'll be up on our YouTube channel afterwards.
I'm glad I could promote Marc
you were
Maron's
awesome.
interview
No,
during
no.
mine.
But it helps because there's so much going on here.
There's a lot going on.
So I have to go back and then forward and then all of that. But we appreciate it. I love what you guys are up to. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming out of your obscure hole of your.
Now back to obscurity.
Thank you so much. And coming up next, we have Shay Carl, so stay tuned. Tweet us your questions at what's trending, hashtag Samsung SXSW. Woo! I'm Shira Lazar. Welcome to What's Trending live from South by Southwest Interactive. We are live from the Blogger Lounge, Samsung Blogger Lounge in Austin, Texas. And I'm with Shay Carl.
How's it going, everybody? I was
Yeah.
just asking Shira, because we've had like 12 of
Too
these
many,
interviews.
yeah.
Where was it? We were at
Never
All
enough.
Things D in New York, and I started the interview with a towel on my head. I just
You remember
remembered
those
that.
details.
I remember every detail of our interaction, Shira.
Well, I remember you when you were how many pounds heavier?
800 pounds heavier.
800 pounds. You were
I was 282 pounds a year and a half ago, 2 years ago.
Can you believe that?
Look how
amazing is
handsome
that?
I am now.
Come on, give him a round of applause. Thank
you.
Takes so much work.
It is. I mean, everybody
Commitments.
comes up like, what's the secret? I was like, I worked my ass off. That's
I mean,
literally
that's all
it.
you need.
Hard work, exercise, vegetables, lots of water. It sucks,
yeah.
but it's better
I mean,
when you
it's
take your
also
shirt off.
inspired so many people. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was just gonna say.
You want me to take my shirt
No,
off?
no, please
okay.
don't. It's
I
fine.
won't.
Let's
Okay,
keep
thanks.
this appropriate. But also, then, besides your weight, how things have changed for you. I remember when I first interviewed you at Maker Studios. You're one of the founding members, and it was just a room and a bathroom
Right.
and a studio, and
Yeah.
now it has how many employees?
350 employees.
350 employees. You've pioneered the model, the network model on YouTube. You just raised over $30 million. You're really legitimizing this space for so many people. And so how have you seen that evolution happen? Because it happened pretty quickly.
Yeah, really, it's over the last 3 years.
Yeah.
I mean, Maker Studios was founded 3 years ago, and already, just like all that stuff you mentioned, there's already 350 employees with, health benefits and 401k, and that's something that we never imagined. When we got together, it was initially just like, it'll be easier to make YouTube videos if we have other YouTubers helping make YouTube videos, and now it's blown up into an entire media company where I can do whatever I want. I have a cartoon coming out, I have an animated series, I have merchandise, I'm working on a documentary. So because of that, YouTube audience, it's grown into what it is. And then with the help of Maker Studios, we're able to do whatever we want to create, as creators.
Do you consider yourself an entrepreneur now?
Totally. Well, I mean, I've always been an entrepreneur. That's why I started doing this, because I hated working for somebody else. Like,
Yeah.
if I could motivate anybody to anything, is just like, you can do what you want to do, and you don't have to do it on somebody else's terms. Like, I hated that I had a boss that could tell me when I could spend time with my kids and family. So throughout, even before I ever knew what YouTube was, I had my own granite countertop business, and I, was a real estate agent, which is kind of like your
You've
own
had
business.
so many lives.
I've lived lots of
You're
lives.
like many cat lives.
A lot of wives. I've had
Wives
so
and
many wives. Wives and lives. That's the name of the game.
A lot of recent things have happened. You raised over $200,000 on Indiegogo or
Yes.
Kickstarter.
Indiegogo, yeah.
Indiegogo, which is incredible for a documentary
Right.
that you're doing about. I think it stemmed from your story in the Shaytards, which are basically he vlogged for 3 years daily.
4, Shira. 4.
How do I know these things?
I'm in year 5 now. I'm on
Are you
day
kidding?
3 of year 5 of making a vlog every single day.
Isn't that
Yeah.
amazing? That is just amazing. But that's how you also built your community. 'Cause
Totally,
you have to commit
totally.
to it daily.
Yeah, every single day. No, the Indiegogo experience was crazy. We had over 5,400 donators, and we raised $204,000 to make this documentary. We already have shot, like a couple days worth of footage, and it's been interesting, sitting down and, kind of going over the whole story. I interviewed our 7-year-old daughter the other day, and just to hear her perspective of this whole thing and hearing some of the things we were asking her about YouTube and what YouTube was, and she said, I asked her, like, what's different between TV and YouTube? And it was interesting to see her concept. She said to the camera, and like right as she said, I'm like, that's going in the documentary. But she said, TV is just in your local area, just like where you are, but the internet is everywhere, and computers can do anything, is what she said. I'm like, that's so true. So it's basically the documentary is going to be the story of not only how this became my job, but how this became hundreds of people's jobs. A lot of people don't know that you can make money on YouTube, and we want to tell that story.
It still is unbelievable now, even though I feel like we've come so far in this space, that people will be like, oh yeah, right, you really make money, come on.
Right. Yeah. It's still like, even today, majority of people, everybody knows what YouTube is just because YouTube's everywhere. But to say to somebody, like, what do you do for a living? It's like, I make YouTube videos. And they kind of give you that look like, well, how do you, and you have to explain to them. So yeah, I kind of want to shed a light on this whole community of people who are creating content. Not only that you can make money on YouTube, but you can create anything you want, any artistic idea, song, music video, tell a story, movies, anything you want. You have the freedom of creation, and there's no gatekeepers.
Well, but things are
YouTube.
changing a lot in many ways with, big companies coming in, mainstream companies, celebrities. How do you think that's going to change the space and the landscape for people like you that were homegrown, that started there?
There's definitely growing pains in that aspect where it's like, big companies and money start coming in. It's like, oh, they want to impose all this red tape, and I hate red tape. And at Maker, as a talent-founded organization, we want to keep that alive. So, all the founders are YouTube talent, as me and Kasim and Lisa and Danny. And we realize that having that freedom is paramount. So we have fought really hard, even though Time Warner's come in and invested, $40 million. We have really fought to stay on the board. So Danny is the CEO, the original, founder is, still running the company. So we want to keep it like, talent first and not have to like go through all that red tape and just kind of just be an aid to help creators make whatever they want.
Do you think, with the growth and the, quick growth of this whole industry, where do you see it headed in around a year or so?
We've been asking that question for the last, 5
Tell
years.
me that
It's like,
now.
I'll tell you where we're going.
But I feel like now it's exponential, and like we're seeing it happen, like what we all kind of imagined.
What's happened in the last 5 years will happen in the next 12 months.
Yeah.
It's on this curve that's going to explode. And I feel like it's just a big meshing pot. I've kind of thought of it as it's going to be kind of like an a la carte experience where you can watch, your favorite TV shows. You can, watch House of Cards, and then, whatever TV show, and then a movie, and then your favorite YouTuber all in the same spot, whether it's on your iPad, your mobile device, or even on TV with, the Apple TVs and, the Roku and all those kind of things that are incorporating all this content together. It's not going to be just like TV, YouTube. I feel like it's just going to be all meshed together.
And hopefully the work that you've done over the years, now you have a loyal fan base. So when they see the Shay Carl or Shay Tard's app, they'll go to you just the same way they would go to another big network.
Totally. Yeah, it's all about, and I feel lucky because I was ahead of the curve and that I, was able to build an audience before, because it's exploded now. Like a lot of people, we're always on these panels like, yeah, you can do whatever you want, you can make money, but it's not as easy anymore. It's hard. If I had to start all over again and lose all my subscribers and just knowing what I know now, it would be really hard to replicate, where I've come, just, because it's so hard to get in the space now.
All right, 2 things people want to know because I saw it on Twitter when they knew you were coming on. One was for your perks for the documentary. Like, what are the plans with the perks and stopping in different cities and everything?
Yeah, we want to make it as exclusive. As we want to go everywhere. Like the film crew. Our next stop is at Playlist Live. We're going to Orlando.
Yeah,
we're gonna be at Playlist Live. That's going to be a huge experience. We're actually going to have oh, there's Grace. Hi, Daily Grace. I saw your Twitter.
Don't tease the kids.
Sorry, Daily Grace is on up next. Be sure to tune in. But then we're going to do meet and greets, and then once the movie is made, we want to take it around and do kind of like film screenings all over. We're going to go film in London, and then we'll be in Toronto. There's a film festival up there. And then at Maker, we have a connection with Tribeca, so we're going to try to premiere it at Tribeca.
You guys already have it. It's open.
There's a lot of plans. Yeah, a lot of plans. And then like with the perks, like my kids were going to draw some Picassos and send them out to people. That was one of the perks.
You're pimping out your kids.
Yeah, basically. It's child labor. It's my favorite type of labor, child labor. It's so cheap,
You're a good father.
Thank you.
And now another thing.
Keep reminding me of that. Am I? Tell me. Reassure me.
You are. Another thing people wanted to know is you made an announcement you're going to stop your daily vlogs at the end of the year. What does that mean?
Oh,
for
nothing.
All of us obsessed.
It means I'll make 6 videos a week instead of 7, probably.
Oh,
yeah,
God,
it's.
no.
I've gotten to the point where we finally, and it's been a while. We only initially planned on making a video every single day for 1 year, and at the end of the year, it was like, do another year, and then at the end of the second year, it's like, do another year, and now it's like 4 years.
Do another year.
I know, it's like, are you not sick of me yet? And so we decided that this will be the last year. I figure 5's a good round number. We'll do 5 years of daily vlogging, and then that'll open up a lot of my time to do more projects. I have a cartoon coming out, and I want to do a web series with a guy that I'm friends with. I better not announce that yet, but just I want to do a lot more projects. So the daily vlogs take a lot of my time, because I want to, I went to it. I had an editor do them for a while, and it just kind of loses some of the the appeal or the closeness of
Yeah.
it. So I like editing them and doing all that myself. And that's like
a
6
lot of
hours
work.
of time out of my day every day. So once I am able to do less videos, I can, work on more projects.
Well, you'll be coming on our show again and talk
I'll be
about
here
those
800 more
projects
times.
and to break the news of who you're co-starring with.
Yes.
And all that fun stuff. Shay Carl, thank you so much for
Thanks,
joining
Shira.
us at the
Appreciate it.
Samsung Blogger Lounge. Check out his videos, youtube.com/Shay Carl, Shaytar, that Shay Carl.
Twitter,
He is
Facebook.
everywhere. Coming up next, guess who we have? Daily Grace, who's touching herself up right now. I could see her. Oh, she looks.
She's
Grace.
33% better looking than me.
Tweet us your questions for her right now.
133%.
We'll ask them live right here at the Samsung Blogger Lounge. Stay right here. We'll see you in just a bit.
That's
Yeah.
my real name. I know.
You have a real name?
I know. My
It's not-
given name isn't Daly.
Your first name isn't Daly. Your
I
last
know.
name isn't
It's
Grace.
weird. Yeah.
It's amazing.
I know. It's like I'm a human. I have legs. I have a heart that beats. I feel things.
You
I have
nice, like,
emotions.
you better be careful with where you place your legs. for
I
this
know. Oh, it's
interview.
okay. I'm wearing a dress and I never wear dresses, but I'm wearing spandex blue shorts underneath. So
Thank
if
you for letting us in on
If you
that.
see blue, don't think I have like an avatar vagina. I'm just wearing blue spandex shorts.
Oh, welcome to the show.
Thanks! South by Southwest. I finally made it.
You made it. So you had some complications getting here.
Oh, I had like all the complications yesterday. I flew out of Los Angeles around, what time was my flight? 7 a.m.
Yeah.
And I had a layover in Denver, and my flight from Denver to Austin got canceled because guess what? It snows in Denver. Who knew? And so the closest they could fly me into was San Antonio,
Oh, no.
but that flight wasn't until 8 p.m., so I got to spend 8 glorious hours in the Denver airport. They have an entire store for Crocs there.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's really
fancy.
great. Yeah, it was like the most amount of white people in one space. It was really fun. And I ate like salmon there at an airport that was actually surprisingly very good.
Wow.
Yeah, but I flew into San Antonio and landed around midnight, got a rental car, and then it started to downpour with rain. So it's like, I can't make it to Austin. I hate driving. And I tried to go rent a hotel, and because apparently it's spring break in San Antonio, so every hotel
Remember
was
spring
booked.
break? You remember that?
Yeah, I
thing?
never really did the whole like Cancun 1999.
Really?
You know, my tits never got seen by a Hispanic man. So
Only later in your life.
yeah, well maybe if South by Southwest holds well. We'll
Watch
see what
out.
happens. Yeah. So I finally made it. I drove in this morning, so I've been here for a couple hours.
Well, thank you so much for coming here. I know you're crazy busy.
It's
and
been-
getting busier and more popular by the moment.
Oh my God, it's crazy.
So Grace is one of the most subscribed women on YouTube. You on 2 streamies?
Yeah, which was very cool. I won Best First Person Series and Personality of the Year, which is cool.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
A belated
yeah.
congratulations.
Thank you. It's very cool, and it's also scary because it's like, oh, am I being awarded for peaking right now in my
Well,
career?
Sarah's like, no. This is your year, so
yeah,
take
this
advantage
is my year.
of it.
So as soon as 2014 hits, it's all going to. I can't curse on here, can I? Samsung, yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, I feel like this year things have changed. Like, I've even seen it.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like there's a forward momentum that feels really awesome. There's been a real positive reaction to me sitting by myself in my apartment, and that's pretty cool.
I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's been really fun. So now it's just the thoughts of what's next.
What is next?
Great question.
Tell us these things.
I am trying to figure some stuff out. TV has definitely been something that I've pursued before I even pursued the internet.
Yeah.
So that will hopefully become something in the future. I've been in talks with people. All I can be is super vague. So if you
I
want
love
really
it.
vague answers, maybe TV, maybe some live
TBD.
comedy. Yeah, TBD. Maybe some live comedy performances across the United States in tandem with Hello Harto. The
Yeah.
tour. Yeah.
That's gonna be awesome.
That
By
girl's
the way-
got $230,000 to burn. Fly me out to one of your places.
I hope she's paying you.
Yeah.
In friendship.
Yeah,
Love.
her friendship is priceless.
I want to encourage all of you watching right now, and I know there's a ton of people in the chat room. Tweet us your questions.
Yeah.
At what's trending #Samsung SXSW. That's
Ooh,
South
that's a
by
mouthful.
Southwest. And
Yeah.
we will ask your questions live. I'm going to go to some of them right now, shall we?
Ooh, I'll make some music while you look up questions.
Yeah. Dun, dun,
They're gonna die young. We're gonna die young.
Right.
We're gonna die young. And we're gonna
Someone
die
says,
young, except for that guy.
So yeah, someone said, are you going to join Hannah in Europe? 5H Empire, which you kind of mentioned that.
I hope so. Everything organizationally is getting worked out, but we are both on the same page of wanting to work together on the tour. We've been doing with our friend Mamrie Hart in Los Angeles at the Nerd Melt showroom a couple live comedy shows, and they've gone over really, really well. So now we want to take that and spread it all across this beautiful land of the free.
You really are the comedy trio of the YouTube space.
We're something.
There's something there. I'm feeling it.
Yeah, we enjoy each other's company and we make each other laugh. So now we're trying to make other people laugh. And who knows if it's successful or just like really annoying. But but we're trying.
And we have another question from OK Time for Playing.
Oh, great.
What is your favorite alcoholic drink that Mamrie has made on You Deserve a Drink?
Oh, man. Okay, so if you don't know, my friend Mamrie does a web series called You Deserve a Drink. She's a comedian and used to be a bartender, and she creates original cocktails for someone in pop culture that most deserves a drink that week, and then she makes a series of jokes. There's a built-in drinking game. Go subscribe. But she makes the most amazing cocktails, and she infuses things. She just makes like spicy margaritas with infused tequila with jalapenos, and it's so simple and delicious. She makes her own simple syrups.
By the way, don't try that at home if you are under 21.
If you're under 21, unless you live
in Canada.
Yeah, or the United States. Oh yeah, you're from Canada.
Yeah, so I know
always
the
forget
drinking age
that.
there.
Yeah,
Montreal.
Yeah, she made. Oh, but for my birthday, because I have a little bit of a lactose issue, she made vegan Baileys, and it was so delicious.
Vegan Baileys.
Yeah, that my parents came to visit me for my birthday after we shot it, and I made them all drink it. My dad was drinking it like chocolate milk, and it's delicious. I highly recommend making that at home.
So we have another question. Oh, 5H Empire seems to be a big tweeter, so thank
Whoa,
you.
relax.
Relax on the tweets. Grace, what is your favorite video that you've made?
Well, that's a hard question to answer. There are literally thousands of
It's
them.
like choosing thousands of babies if you had.
Yeah, I
thousands.
know. I'm choosing one of Angelina's kids, and they're all great. Maddox is so cute.
He is much better looking. Come on, let's be
He's
honest.
better. He's the best one. Clearly, he's the best one. His hair is just so cool. I don't know. And the weird thing is, like, there's a lot of GIFs that live on Tumblr of my face from videos that I have no memory making, and I was entirely sober when I made them. It's just they all kind of meld into one little thing. But there is one video from like 2008 that is so silly and dumb and was only on my channel at the time, and it's just 2 minutes of me trying to start a Daily Grace, but I put in applause over it so I can never start it, and that's the entire thing. It's just 2 minutes of canned crowd applause.
That's
and
amazing.
I was like, I'm groundbreaking in comedy. This is gonna put me on the map. And I was like so into it, and it's so stupid. It's really, really dumb. Yeah.
So go check it out. Check out
so
that
go try and
really
find it.
dumb, ridiculous video.
Yeah.
A lot of people might wonder, and I went like knowing you in person, but then following your videos, I'm always like, how does she come up with this stuff? Like every day, and it's so simple, and I know you just like come up with it, but it seems like it's thought out. I don't know.
It's some of them are more thought out than others.
Yeah.
It might be obvious, but the real help that has come is from I studied improv in New York, and one of their like core philosophies is like yes and that means just like saying yes to an idea and exploring as much as you can in it, and taking something really simple and expanding it. So taking something like, what's it like when you drop your phone in a public place? And it's like, how can I expand like all the ways you can react to dropping your phone in a public place? And then that becomes an entire video. So it's just taking one tiny idea and like seeing how much you can get out of it. And sometimes ideas are good, and sometimes they're real, real bad.
But it's just about saying yes to even the bad ideas.
Yeah, and using social media, like using Tumblr and Facebook and Twitter, and asking people for questions or ideas has become a really huge part of Daily Grace, because it helps in the interactivity of it. It feels like we're all creating this together, which we are.
We are. And
yeah.
at what point maybe you stop doing daily? I mean, like, can Daily Grace be daily forever?
I don't know. It's a hard question. I'm just gonna say yes. Hashtag
forever. BFFF.
I know. Oh God, it seems crazy to think about. I'm just gonna deal with it in the moment right now, rather than think about the future.
That's the good way to be.
Kids
be in the moment.
Kids never think about your future, ever.
Give it up for Daily Grace right now on the stage,
you.
Samsung Blogger Lounge.
Woo! Yeah,
We're
bloggers. Get it. I like that the only
fans.
food available to the bloggers is popcorn in the corner.
It's very nutritious.
Yeah,
it
more
helps with
salt.
the brain.
Give them more salt.
Intelligence. That's what we're looking for.
It's sodium. Samsung runs on sodium. It's
and
great.
at Grace Helbig on Twitter. Follow her. She's amazing. Grace Helbig, everyone.
Thank you.
She'll be out and about South by Southwest. Check her out. My Name Channel has a whole thing going on.
Yeah, we are here for the IFC and Subway / MyDem Channel mashup. We're going to be screening some web series done by students at NYU and USC tomorrow, and it's sponsored by Subway, and it's distributed by distributed by MyDem Channel, and I'll be hosting the screening tomorrow at the IFC Crossroads House. So if you're around, please come check it out.
Stop by and watch her online every single day, every day. Coming up next, who do we have?
Great question. Chris
Tell me.
Angel. No,
Chris-
just kidding. I wish.
It's
She's
amazing.
gonna levitate down.
Who is coming up next? Oh, Andre Meadows. Oh my God! All right, so we have some awesome people. This is
Yeah.
perfect because a
Annoying
lot of your
Orange is
audience
like,
will love.
Yeah,
some
it's
of
like
these
the
folks coming
Chris
up.
Angel of the fruit world. Yeah, some might say. Think about it.
We have Tony. Well, so we have
And
Andre
Tony
Meadows,
Hsieh.
Black Nerd Comedy. We
Yeah,
have Annoying
yeah.
Orange, the whole crew, and some of you might know Zappos. You get shoes, but Zappos, the CEO Tony Hsieh, he had
Yeah.
a book called Delivering Happiness.
His company has got a great office space, I hear.
Yeah,
there's a
very
place
into
where you can
company
take
culture.
you can take a nap. That's a great
Isn't that
office.
nice?
Yeah.
And so he's developing all of downtown Vegas. So we're going to talk to him, and yeah, tons of programming. More tomorrow. Keep it right here.
Stick
we'll see you in a bit.
around.
Tweet us at what's trending. Hashtag Samsung South by Southwest.
Bye.
Bye.
If I could get your attention here in the Blogger Lounge, we have a very special treat for all of you. So I'm going to tell you a very quick story. Jake Dilly of the Color Pharmacy and I actually go back, I don't even know how many South by Southwest. He's a singer of a band that I'm actually a big fan of. Now, there's a South by Southwest tradition. When I keynote, Jake Dilly comes up with an original song that introduces the keynote. So last year he wrote a song for the Billy Corgan session, and this year I'm interviewing Shaquille O'Neal, or Shaq, and he's written an original song for Shaq. Now this is the song that's going to play tomorrow before the keynote, and we wanted to bring this to you live. Everybody, if you could just, not just give a round of applause to welcome Jake Dilly, but send a tweet to @ColorPharmacy and show him the love. Jake, take it away.
Thank you, Brian. We have clout scores and credit scores, cover stories and cover photos, 200 tabs open, but I don't know which we are reading. One thing's for sure, and I ought to know, Brian Solis has got it under control. He's gonna take it up with a 5,000-year-old genie. And if you don't get that reference, you might be too old. 'Cause Kazam was the man with his hands shooting liquid gold. And he raps too. We have continents at our fingertips, Twitter streams like ivy drips, a million different photos but not sure which friend tagged you. But Brian knows just what to do with a roundhouse kick and size 23 shoes when he interviews the guy from Shaq Fu on Sega. And if you got that last reference, you passed the test. 'Cause Shaq Fu was the dude kicking fools on Super NES. I think he might have rapped in that as well. Well, you don't have to be over 7 foot tall to be good at a bunch of things other than basketball. And we're gonna find out what those things are tomorrow when Brian interviews Shaq. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're watching What's Trending live from the Samsung Blogger Lounge at South by Southwest Interactive. And I'm right now with your favorite black nerd. I'm talking about Andre Meadows.
What's up?
Yeah.
Hello. Hi, I'm Andre, and I'm Black Nerd from the YouTube stuff. And I'm here.
Totally makes sense.
Yes.
And you did a panel today.
I did do a panel today. I was in part of the interactive panel. I did a panel about race and YouTube.
Pretty hardcore. Serious stuff.
Serious hardcore
Peeling away
stuff.
the layers.
Hey, I just want to make sure everyone on YouTube is represented, So.
And so what does that entail? What did you dive deep into?
Just mostly about how it'd be good to see more minorities of more different cultures.
There's a
on
lot of
YouTube.
Asians.
Yeah,
They do say it, and I'm not saying this like totally politically
I love how
correct.
you were being really like, there's a lot of Asians. Like you're trying to say it like low key.
There are. I mean, and they've said there's been headlines everywhere in new media blogs how Asians rule YouTube because they're not represented elsewhere in media.
Exactly, and I use it as an example to say that it'd be cool to see that with even more minorities, just because it is. It's hard sometimes for traditional media to put all the races out there, even though we should see that. So YouTube is a great platform because it's open to everybody.
You're saying that people like you aren't other mediums.
I know the mediums. The larges and the extra larges.
I know.
Everything else. So it was really cool. And we talked a lot about comments, too, about hater comments.
Trolls and hater comments. Yeah, that's hard. I think that's where you see a lot of people that are being racist and insulting.
It's like the go-to thing to go when you're with, whatever race or gender, it's like the go-to thing to do. So, yeah.
So how do you deal with it this day and age? And what's the
Ignore it.
message that you wanted people to leave with from that
Don't
session?
let them win. Don't let them just keep going. They do that to try to make you stop. You just keep going. You thank the people who are saying good things or being supportive. Because a lot of times people are writing hate comments. They're not even trying to be mad at you. They just are hitting up everybody. So they just, if you look at their YouTube feed, it's like every comment's a hate comment. So they just want attention. Don't give it to them.
You were part of YouTube's Next Lab program.
Yes, I am.
And so tell people what that's all about and the importance of it to you as a creator.
Scientific experiments, an actual laboratory where they're going to make
lab
the
for
best YouTuber
YouTubers.
ever. Yeah. They're taking little elements of us. And no, it's a really cool space YouTube space in Los Angeles. It's a really cool space they opened up. Because they noticed that there's a lot of people who are making good content on their own, but sometimes you hit snags. You may not get the right equipment, or it's hard for you to do collabs. Whatever your situation is. So they've created this gigantic space with lots of cameras, green rooms, green screen rooms, stages, and it's a place where people can come in, take classes, and then you're able to collaborate, meet other YouTubers there. It's like the people in my class are everyone from top YouTubers like Oga K all the way down to YouTubers who play the saxophone and stuff. It's like a variety of different types of YouTubers, and you get to all work together and do really cool things together.
It's like a collective of some
It
sorts.
is. It's really nice, and you come up with ideas there you never think about, like the guy's channel, Brian's thing, is the guy that does saxophone, and I didn't know that there was a saxophonist on YouTube, and I go, dude, I have a show where I talk to girls awkwardly. We should have you play saxophone while I'm just staring at the girl. And we shot all these shots of him walking around with the saxophone. It's going to be awesome. So that's something I never would have been able to even think about without the space.
So they're powering those collaborations.
Yeah, absolutely, because obviously that's a big part of YouTube. So it's really great, and it's good to have sort of a central location. It's good to be able to say, hey, let's do this sketch or this idea at YouTube space. It's more formal in a way, as opposed to be like, can you come over to my house and film some stuff?
What? That's not formal?
Well, it depends.
Things are changing, right?
Things are changing. YouTube is looking for, or their hope is that this helps people create their ideas that they may not be able to do on their own, or create higher production content because they want to compete with the other stuff that's out there. So
and your channel has also changed over the past even year or so.
Yeah, it has. I took a lot of classes from YouTube, and I also went to a lot of their workshops, read the playbook.
Wow, you were hardcore. You see, people actually would say, "Oh yeah, I just have to create, put stuff out there," but you got deep into it.
Well, creating and putting stuff out there is a huge part of it. Being consistent is like one of the biggest things you can do, especially now because there's so many people. So it's like, how do you stand out? You keep putting stuff out there. But even beyond that, you also have to think about, well, what's the thing you can do that's different? Because there's a lot of people out there, what are you going to talk about? Or if you're going to talk about the same things that other people are talking about, how are you going to do it differently? What makes you stand out? What gets to the point where people are just not searching for a certain topic, but are seeing a certain topic and going, I want to see what that person is saying about it. So that's, that was a lot of stuff that I took into mind. And there's definitely things I love. I love the 80s and 90s cartoons and nostalgia. I love nerdy things.
It's very specific.
So I was like, boom, there we go. Just go crazy with that. And it changed everything.
And you also decided on certain programming for yourself, which was important.
Yeah. I do a show every week called Black Nerd Rants, where I just 3 to 5 minutes, I just go off very angry, whatever emotion, just times 10 about whatever thing is happening. So it could be something exciting, like a new console is coming out, or it could be something very angry, like Megan Fox being cast in the Ninja Turtles movie. You know, it could be a very variety of things, and I just get into it. And then I engage discussion, ask people what their opinion is on it, and then they leave their opinion in comments or video responses. I reply back to them. So it's not just you're watching a video when you're going away, but now it's like, oh, I'm going to leave a comment, or I'm going to discuss this with Andre. I'm going to tell him what I agree with or disagree with, and then we kind of get a whole discussion going, and it makes them want to come back for the next thing. So.
Favorite video game to review?
Video game to review.
Yeah.
I just started playing Tomb Raider. Me and another YouTuber, Katie Wilson, we started a new gaming channel called Sword and Shell.
Look at that. So you're collabing on a whole channel with
Yeah,
someone.
because she has a channel where she does geeky stuff and I do, and we both wanted to do a gaming. We wanted to get into gaming, but it was like making another channel separate as gaming. It's like, wow, I got to do that whole process. A lot of work. So we were like, wait a minute, we're friends. Why don't we just do the channel together? And it was a great, we're already starting off. We got like 2,000 subscribers in like a couple days and already doing well. And we started with Tomb Raider, which just came out. So that was a buzzy thing. And it's a lot of fun. It's a fun game.
What's the key to, creating your vlogs and how you found success for your audience?
The thing that I found was helpful was sometimes I worried when I first started because I know a lot of weird stuff about 80s and 90s cartoons, like down to like who voiced a character, where they also voiced this character, and I can go into like some really obscure things. And I was nervous about doing that at first because I was like, that's gonna alienate people or whatever. And then one day I did like a whole thing about Ninja Turtles or Tiny Toon Adventures or something, and someone wrote as a comment, Andre, I have no idea what you're talking about, but it's very entertaining to watch it. And that put something in my brain. I'm like, well, wait a minute. It's because of the passion. So I think no matter what you're into, even if it's something you think your audience may not necessarily know, if they see how excited you are about it and you're passionate about it, it gets them involved. I literally have gotten video responses from 7-year-old kids going, I watched Gremlins for the first time because you mentioned it in one of your videos. So
that's amazing. You're educating the next generation of nerds.
Yes. So when that Gremlins remake eventually gets made, remember that. I helped you out. I put it back in
Steven
there.
Spielberg.
Yeah, Steven Spielberg, Joe Dante. I'm just saying, I'm keeping that alive. So
That is awesome. Well, we love you so much. Give it up for Andre Meadows, Black Nerd Comedy.
Thank you.
Check out his channel. Definitely some great content to watch and to get to know how to really do it properly on YouTube as an individual, as your own brand. So you're doing great things.
Yes, and Shearer's on there too a couple of times as well.
I was there. I'll be back for another awkward interview.
Yes, I'd love to have you back.
He does it well. He is really awkward. All right, keep it right here. We are live from the Samsung Blogger Lounge at South by Southwest. Tweet us at what's trending hashtag Samsung South by Southwest. Annoying Orange is coming up next. Tweet us your questions right now. And Tony Hsieh from Zappos. A lot of great people. Keep it right here. We have bloggers in this space. Stay here for happy hour because we have Tony Hsieh on an amazing discussion we're going to have. All right, we'll see you guys in just a bit. Subscribe, watch, tweet, do it all. You're watching What's Trending live from South by Southwest Interactive. We are coming to you live from the Samsung Blogger Lounge in Austin, Texas.
up?
I'm right
What's
now
going
with the
on?
creator, the cast, the group, Mayhem, that is the Annoying Orange. Give it up for them. Yes.
For us.
Celebrate us.
Give it up. What do you say when you introduce, all of you? Fruits. Give it up for fruit. Talking fruit.
Did you just call me a fruit? I thought we were gonna get along a lot better than this, Charlotte. Come on.
So you're here at South by. You're doing a panel here, a session.
Yeah, we were almost late getting
Yeah.
here. You want to know why?
Why?
Interesting
'Cause
thing happened.
We were riding in a rickshaw over here. We decided to partake because there's so many rickshaws everywhere.
Yeah.
A three-man rickshaw, which
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
Yeah, we thought it was a great idea, but it turned out not to be. What happened, Aaron?
we got on a little bit of an incline up the bridge, and the guy just proceeded to jump off the bike and hurl over the edge of the bridge.
You had a puking rickshaw driver.
Puking.
Wow.
He started
I've
hurling
heard that
into the
one before,
river.
so thank you for bringing that to us as we're all eating and drinking here today. Let's get
He
into.
was not living strong.
You've got a lot of people that are such fans of what you guys have built, and you, Dane, too, and all of you. And it's so great to see how much this year, transitioning into a show on Cartoon Network, such a big leap. And also for the community at large, proving that
Absolutely.
you can make a brand on YouTube, then work for the TV audience. What has that been like for you guys? What have you learned in the process?
I don't even know
Bo.
where to start.
Just think of that beginning.
It's been crazy. It's been awesome. There's so many things I could say about it all, but at the end of the day, it's really, really fun. And the hope is, we did this big jump to TV, but we continue to do the web show every single week. We think that it's insanely important. But we kind of hope to pave the way because we want this to happen for other people as well. I mean, it's kind of the dream to be able to expand to any medium.
Yeah, having the opportunity to have still a lot of control for what you're doing with the brand that Dane and Spencer created is incredible because you get to see yourself working in a professional medium, where the other people are bringing other animators, bringing other things to a longer format, and you still have that control to put it up on yourself. I mean, it's the best of both worlds. It really is.
What is the difference between producing it for the continued YouTube audience and now for TV?
I think the biggest thing is, of course, there's expanded scripts. I mean, we go from, on the web show, we produce content it's usually like 3-4 minutes long.
Yeah.
But with the TV show, the episodes are 11 minutes long. So it's, we get to do a lot more things as far as like character development and whatnot that you can't do on the web show. But then on the web show, we can do more topical things because when we do the TV show...
Yeah, because we can turn it around in like
quicker.
less than a week.
Exactly.
And you also you improvise a lot on the TV show, which people might be surprised about.
We do from time to time. What's interesting about another difference between like the web series and the television series. The web series we can kind of do what we want, but with Cartoon Network we get notes on stuff, and then it's like there has to be rewrites, and it's a little bit I guess like stricter.
Yeah.
But with the web series, we can definitely.
You're under someone else's watch.
So yeah, in a way, yeah. So,
That's what it's called.
Yeah, so
it's
with
called
the
a contract,
so
okay?
With the web, with the web
It's called
series,
standards and practices.
yeah. With the web series, we can get away with a lot more, and it's definitely a little bit, looser in that sense.
Are you still amazed at how much people love the character, and of all ages now and you have merchandise now. You have, I don't even know what else is out there. You showed me a Halloween costume. It was a bit creepy.
Yeah. As far as characters, I'm going to throw this to Spencer.
In terms of like what you mean, merch, like everything.
Yeah,
out
everything
there?
that's grown out of this character and brand you've created.
Oh well, I don't know what to really say about it except it's kind of nuts to watch it all happen, and it just keeps growing. So yeah, I don't.
Yeah, it is one of those things where like every single day you don't really expect it to keep growing, but then it does. And then there's so many times when kids send me pictures of products, Annoying Orange products that are out there that I totally forgot about. Like, here's me wearing this mask. We did a mask. What?
Yeah. Well, no, that's what I love. Like going over to Dane's house, he's like, "Guys, check out this new prototype," and it was that Halloween mask. It was just the orange head. And that thing was
Terrifying.
so creepy. It was terrifying.
People
I was
need to rob a bank in those masks.
How do you keep coming up with creative storylines and fruit puns and all that?
You just keep rocking it. We work with great people. We just keep pushing it and just try not to get bored and try not to get complacent. And every time, every video is a chance to win somebody over. Everybody, yeah.
And you have to sort of have like that constant evolution. If you look at any animated series, over time, the first few seasons, the show starts to transform, and it grows. And I feel like that's kind of what we're doing now with The Annoying Orange.
Yeah, we've always depended on things like spoofs, but even more so now, and integrating video games, and it's all about, like Spencer was saying, just trying to integrate something new into every single episode. I think that that's the hope. Keep it fresh for us.
Yeah, and where do you see it going now? I mean, a lot of people look at you as the SpongeBob SquarePants for the YouTube generation.
I'll take that.
Yeah, I'll take that.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So, I mean, feature film. Like, how will you keep evolving the brand and the show and the character?
We're doing a movie. Just kidding.
Breaking news here. Annoying Orange
that's
movie.
The hope. That's
2014.
Hopefully someday.
The Annoying Orange.
I was just talking about this on the panel. Like we've actually been talking about it, and that's definitely someplace I would like to
When
go.
talk happens, it happens.
Vin Diesel, Peter Dinklage, Dane Bodeheimer, and Bob Jones. It's going to be an all-star cast,
Why is it
guys.
Diesel and
It's gonna be
Dinklage right off the
great.
top?
Come on, I want to see Vin Diesel as a fruit.
In a world
or a
where
marshmallow.
He's got to be a gas
I
can,
guess-
right?
All right, yeah. Who else? You've had some crazy celebrities on the TV show now. I mean, it's allowed you to pitch people. So what's the pitch to be on Annoying Orange?
It's pretty much showing them the casting reel of when we want to get a new celebrity on. Now it's kind of turned to that because we can show them the casting reel, and they see all the awesome people that have been on the show, and they're like, it's kind of, I kind of look at it like Sesame Street. It's cool to be on this show, and we'll have people that celebrities that come on the show, like Danny Trejo just came on, and he's like, kids don't know who I am, but now they do because I was the spaghetti
That
on,
is so cool.
on Annoying
Awesome,
Orange.
really.
He's like, I want to do more. Bring me on more. So that's very cool and very gratifying.
And you make fun of people in Hollywood. You just go, you should be on the show because all the cool kids are doing it.
Yeah,
so if
exactly.
you don't,
Now,
like,
literally, you are the cool kids. Well, so appreciate you being here today. Give it up for Dane Bowe and the Annoying Orange team. Kevin,
Thank you.
Bob,
Thank you.
Spencer.
Thank you, guys.
We appreciate it. Much more continued success. Check them out,
Annoying
youtube.com/Annoying Orange,
That's
and on
right.
Cartoon Network every single week.
Yep.
Thursday
Thursdays
nights, 7:30 p.m.
Can you do the voice for us?
Hey, Apple. Knife.
Dane Bowe, love you. Tweet us all your questions at What's Trending, #Samsung South by Southwest. We have some amazing guests coming up still. Baratunde Thurston, Tony Hsieh, who's right here. Enjoy happy hour time. Enjoy watching here on this live stream. We'll be back in just a bit. Thanks.
Thank you. Peace.
You are watching What's Trending live from the Samsung Blogger Lounge. I'm Shira Lazar coming to you live from Austin, Texas, where all the action is at South by Southwest. How are y'all doing? Yes. I want to hear some excitement because we've got this incredible guy with me, Baratunde Thurston. Give it up for Baratunde, who...
Some of them care.
Come on.
Yay.
Give Baratunde a round of applause.
Don't force
this guy,
it, please.
sold out the keynote
That's
at South
worse.
by Southwest last year. He's a New York Times bestselling writer, author, How to Be Black, now has his own digital empire company called Cultivated Wit. He's doing amazing things, so it's so great to have you here.
It's good to be back. It's good to catch up with you, Shira.
I know. Let's just catch up live in front of everyone.
Yeah, so how's like the most personal part of your personal life?
Are you dating anyone?
I am not.
Okay. Good to know, ladies. All right, so let's talk about what you've been up to. You left The Onion, which was a huge part of how we all came to know you, and you did such great work there. And you started this new thing called Cultivated Wit.
Yeah.
And so tell us about that.
So it's Cultivated Wit. The name was born of this quote from this old Roman poet / soldier named Horace, who basically talked about the power of humor to help us address tough or complex issues, things that confuse us. And I learned a lot about that in my stand-up time, in my writing time, and in life at The Onion. So what we are is a creative comedic digital agency that also develops products and hosts events. We do a comedy hackathon, get developers and comedians to build funny apps together. And the winner of the first round was a company called Shout Roulette, which lets you find people on the internet you disagree with and then yell at them in real time through the magic of internet video.
We don't have enough people yelling at each other.
No,
online.
it really elevates the political discourse. I think it's good for democracy. We do client work sometimes, and so we work for Ford Foundation to shame non-voters into voting, and did a campaign called Your Excuse Sucks. And it was at yourexcusesucks.com, #YourExcuseSucks. And what was fun about both of these things is that they transcend the room. They kind of go beyond the people participating. There was a guy on election day who had a heart attack at the voting booth, technically died, was revived, and the first thing he asked was, did my vote go through?
Yeah.
And someone tweeted out that headline and added in front of it, your excuse sucks. Like, this dude died and still wanted to vote. If you're not, you're doing it wrong. So we have a lot of fun time helping people see the power of humor and technology to tell better stories, to make the world more fun, and to add some understanding and levity to the world around us.
Yeah, you've been really great at merging so many different worlds: comedy, technology, entertainment, blackness. Where did that all come from? I feel like it's a mix of so many different worlds, and you blend it to make this really great experience and story.
There's certainly jobs I've had, teachers I've had, friends I've been around, institutions I've been a part of, but like a lot of people, a lot of it comes back to my mother. And my mother put a computer in the home really, really early when we grew up in D.C. in Columbia Heights, before it was the shiny version that it is today. And she saw the importance of that for me and my sister. The politics that I kept cared about came from her as well. The comedy came, even our family. I was a very serious kid. I was like a super political activist, self-righteous, kind of annoying.
Didn't you have dreads or something, huge hair?
I had a fro and cornrows, so I kind of bounced back and forth. I like the flexibility.
Oh, yeah, totally makes sense.
So maybe low profile aerodynamics. Sometimes you want more drag in your life. And so
I'm feeling that. I think about that all the time, actually.
I bet you do.
But then jumping on to be such a huge voice for The Onion, and then why was it important for you to go off on your own?
Well, I have had a lot of jobs. I've been around for a decent amount of time, and I've worked in business strategy consulting. I've done all kinds of weird political activism things and writing and performing stand-up for over a decade now. The Onion was it was the first job I ever had, which allowed me to kind of unify myself. I was like, oh, I get to be political. I get to be technological, digital. I get to be funny too. They hired me for 2 jobs, technically, for 1 low price, which was good for them. And I went along with it.
I like transparency here.
Yeah. They're like, hey, you want to do another job besides the one you apply for?
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, do I get more money? No. Yes, I'll still do it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think leaving there I'd been there 5 years. So I think partly it was just I was ready to grow myself. The book had done well enough to help propel me more and make me seek larger things. And I kind of wanted to build something, and start something new. And I felt like I'd had enough tool assembly. Now it's time to use those tools to construct something even more intentional and creative things. So I'm working with 2 other people who were at The Onion, Brian Janosch, Craig Cannon. So it's 3 of us who have started this company.
What is the key to creating great shareable content?
Cats and stupidity. I don't know. The shareable content, that Upworthy knows a lot about that. Certainly the headline is really an important part of it. Some compelling nugget of truth or things. People share what they want to be known for.
Mhm.
I think a lot of what's shared is not just like, hey, I found this. It's like, I am proud to be associated with this.
Yeah.
It's a badge, a physical badge that you're wearing on yourself. So when you're thinking of the shareability of something, how does someone express it and feel proud of being associated with it? Less about what does this do for me as the one who wants someone to share it.
You're also known for your great live tweeting skills in many ways, from Twilight.
Twilight that's
to-
special. That's community service.
To more serious matters.
Yeah.
What is the key to great live tweeting, and is Twitter still as valuable as it used to be?
There's been an evolution, I think. Certainly my attitude toward live tweeting is evolving. I don't do it as much as I used to.
Oh.
I took a big hiatus from social media stuff. I took a 3.5-week vacation, turned off everything, including email, all the notifications, and that was great. I'm back, but not to the same degree. I value like not walking into polls and I walk down the street and actually enjoying an experience rather than over documenting and sharing it before it's done. So the live tweeting has a positive benefit of transporting people not at the event to the event if you're there, adding some commentary, but it's also become a lot of noise and a lot of fray. So I think much more deliberately about it, and I do a lot less of it than I used to do. Like I said, the Twilight thing is special. That's live hate tweeting, and that's a very
That's a
specific
different type of
goal
tweeting.
because that is a dark force in our world that's corrupting us from the inside.
So you're not tweeting as much lately. Like, what is your platform of choice to engage your community? Since you're really great at, I think, creating communities, and you did that
thank
around
you.
your book, The Onion, your book.
Yeah, the book was a
and now
live-
these other projects that you work on.
Yeah, I mean, there's the platforms change constantly.
Yeah.
The principle, the sort of the honey that attracts people, that's the thing to stay constant. So Twitter's still, for me, very important. For Cultivated Wit, very important. We're on WordPress, we're on Tumblr, we are doing some stuff on YouTube, but we don't think like platform first. Like, oh, we got to be on these. There's 7 platforms. We got to be on all of them. That's the best thing. It's like, no, where are our people? Where are the people talking about the things that we want to be associated with, and how can we have the best impact? And so I think about that, singularly as well. Like, where are people talking about the stuff that I want to be a part of? So I still tweet pretty hard, just slightly less hard than I used
You're
to.
a pretty hard tweeter. And lastly, what trends, since you are a South by Southwest expert, having done a keynote here and hosting every panel and comedy hour or whatever, everything, what trends are you seeing coming out of South by Southwest in this space?
Pedicabs, I think, are going to be huge. And I feel like Game of Thrones branded pedicabs. That's like the future
They
of
really
America.
got you, didn't they?
Barbecue's growing. I think that's a trending topic in the planet, according to this microcosm of the real world. It's hard to get a sense of what's going on at South by and then declare trends from that. I will say, in digital and in the physical space, more intentional and even slightly smaller, more connected community seems to be growing. Whether it's path and not just them specifically, but things that get you your actual friends, right? Smaller groups. South by is so huge now. What I'm seeing this year is much smaller groups of people kind of doing their own thing.
Yeah.
Doing little lunches, going off to a house east of the highway, like eating at restaurants that are not on the list, and because you can't know everything. And I think people are starting to give up positively on that goal of being everywhere, knowing everything, touching everybody, and having a slightly more intense relationship with slightly fewer things that matter more.
Well, thank you so much, Baratunde Thurston.
Thank
Give
you,
it up for
Shay.
him.
Yeah.
Being here and sharing your cultivated wit with
Thank you.
us today.
Keep it trending, Shira Lazar.
Keep it trending
Keep it
with
trending.
you at Baratunde on Twitter for more tweets and things.
Good to see you again.
Keep with us right here. YouTube.com/What's Trending. Tweet us at What's Trending. Hashtag Samsung South by Southwest. Tony Hsieh is coming right up. So stay tuned and tweet us your questions. We'll be back in just a bit. Welcome to What's Trending live from South by Southwest Interactive. We are coming to you live from the Samsung Blogger Lounge in Austin, Texas, with some amazing people who we are talking to today, including someone I love, a great friend, an amazing entrepreneur, Tony Hsieh of Zappos. Give it up for Tony, who's really changing all of downtown Vegas. It started with moving your headquarters, but it's becoming so much more. You're revamping, and you're the mayor of downtown Vegas now with the downtown project. Let's talk about how that came to be.
Yeah, so we announced about 2 years ago that we were taking over the old Las Vegas City Hall. The city literally just moved out of there less than a year ago, and we're right now in the construction process, about 6 months away. And we've actually been looking for a place to build a campus where we can house everyone under one roof for the past, I don't know, at least 7 or 8 years.
Yeah.
Right now we're spread amongst 3 different buildings. We're in a suburb of Vegas. And it was actually surprisingly hard to find a place where we could actually do that and have enough land to expand upon. And then the City Hall opportunity became available. It's right in the heart of downtown Vegas. And we started getting really excited and brainstorming about what would we want in our dream campus. And we toured campuses like Nike and Google and Apple, and I remember Nike had this running track around one of their buildings, and then they had a pub inside one of the others. So we thought to ourselves, we need one of those.
Yeah.
And then there's actually jail cells in City Hall, so we're looking into turning that into a speakeasy bar, possibly.
Very cool. That's the kind of company I want to work at.
And so we surveyed our employees and asked them, what do you want in your dream campus? And they told us gym and doggy daycare and so on. And as we got all these suggestions back, we started thinking about it more, and one, we realized that we couldn't fit everyone into the campus itself, and the other thing we realized was that those other campuses, Nike, Google, Apple, were great for employees, but they're actually really insular and don't really integrate or contribute to the community around them. And so we decided to actually flip the entire thing inside out and build a campus that's more analogous to NYU, where the campus kind of blends in with the city and you don't really know where one begins or the other ends. And rather than just invest in ourselves, to invest in the community and the surrounding ecosystem. In the long run, that's just going to help us attract and retain more employees.
I just find it fascinating because it's such an interesting case study of how you've built such an interesting corporate culture, which I hate saying the word corporate with you and what you do, but then you're now really contributing to the community. You're building an entire Zappos world that you can extend beyond Vegas at a certain point.
Well, we're not looking to make downtown Vegas Zappos world, and Zappos will be an important part of the ecosystem, but it's actually, there's actually a separate company called Downtown Project, which has it's just privately funded by myself and a few other people, no outside investors, and it has a $350 million budget, and so we can kind of take our time and do things right instead of focusing on these short-term ROI goals or cash flow needs that most land developers or building developers focus on. We have this concept of ROC, return on community, and really investing in, it's a combination of small businesses to help build a sense of neighborhood and community, so coffee shops, restaurants, bars, and so on. And we have something called Vegas Tech Fund, where we've invested in a lot of tech startup companies that have relocated to downtown Vegas from other states, even other countries, and investing in arts and education and music, and then also investing in real estate.
What do you look for in terms of investments? Like when you're going to invest in a company, there's so many people that might have startup ideas here that say, could I be one of those people? What do you look for?
So it's kind of analogous to our interview process at Zappos. When we interview people, we do 2 sets of interviews. The hiring manager and his or her team will interview for the standard stuff, but then our HR department does a separate set of interviews purely for culture fit. For Vegas Tech Fund, you can go to vegastechfund.com and see what our investment criteria is and some of our portfolio companies. One, it has to be a good investment, but 2, they have to somehow contribute to the downtown Vegas community. So even if something's this amazing technology or investment, if it doesn't help contribute or grow the community somehow, then we'll pass on that.
What have you learned in the process as an entrepreneur and a leader in terms of really building community in a real way?
I think one of the things that we realized over the years, so Zappos was founded in '99, so almost 14 years now, and we've really our business strategy is culture is the #1 priority, and we use that as our strategy for building our brand and customer service and employee experience. And so one of the things we kind of realized over the past couple of years is in taking lessons from the co-working world as well as from Zappos culture that culture is to a company as community is to a city. It's the same concept, just at a different scale. And so a lot of the things that we've kind of figured out slowly over the years at Zappos, turns out you can actually apply them to a city level as well. So for example, at Zappos, we actually do a lot of thinking about how do you architect serendipity, which sounds like a weird thing, and we stole this acronym ROL from Jim Collins' latest book, Great by Choice, Return on Luck, and actually think about how do we get more lucky encounters to happen. So in the Zappos environment, for example, we actually shut down most of the doors and force employees through a single door in order to get more collisions. Yes. And we also think a lot about office density. So average density in the US is 200 or 300 square feet per employee. At our current offices in Henderson, it's 120 square feet, and in our new offices, we're actually targeting sub 100. And the reason for that is because research has shown when someone sits twice as far away from you, you don't see them half as often, you see them half as often squared. So a quarter as often. It's kind of like how that inverse square gravity law works. And so similar thinking on the city level. In fact, there's a sky bridge that connects the car parking garage to City Hall, and we're actually shutting that down and forcing employees out onto the streets in order to get more interactions and collisions within the city. And for some of the office buildings that we've acquired, even though there's plenty of parking inside those office buildings, we're actually requiring new tenants to actually park a couple blocks away so that they have to crisscross the city. And so we prioritize collisions over convenience.
That's fascinating. You're playing like not God in some way.
It's like really thinking about
orchestrating
the city as
situations.
a greenhouse. You know, what is going to actually get the most ideas to flourish? What's actually going to result in more innovation? Because research has shown that every time the size of a city doubles, productivity or innovation per resident actually increases by 15%. But when companies get bigger, productivity per employee generally goes down. So and that 15% is kind of the accidental historical average. So I think if we're actually thoughtful about how we're approaching these things and really thinking about how do you get more collisions and how do you help create a culture where people want to talk to each other and share and collaborate and so on, and that'll serve as kind of a multiplier, then you can actually get much greater gains than that. And then kind of create this virtuous cycle between and hybrid between corporation, and community, and city.
I find it fascinating. I've checked it out. I encourage all of you, if you're in Vegas, like they do tours. You can see everything that they're doing, including bringing crazy sculptures and installations from Burning Man. Like some people go to Burning Man, just hang. You go to take the installations and bring it to downtown Vegas.
I think there's a lot of interesting things you can learn from Burning Man. But yeah, we are looking to we're partnering with the founders of Burning Man to bring large-scale art to downtown Vegas.
That's so cool.
To make the city more walkable, get people to walk that extra block or two.
Very nice. All right, we're going to open the discussion right now. Does anyone have any questions? I have another question because I just like asking questions. Anyone? Do you want to? Oh. Is someone going there to the mic? Oh, you. All right, I can go ahead. I wasn't sure. You're also doing South by Southwest is heading to Vegas. So what will you be collaborating in that way as well with them, or you have your own festival that you're creating?
Yeah. So there's two different things. South by Southwest, I think it's called V2V, is happening in August, and I haven't actually been directly involved with that. It's someone else on our team, but from what I understand. It's going to be a smaller group initially as kind of a test run, and then initially I think it's going to be at the Cosmopolitan Casino, and our hope is long term it'll actually move downtown where all the Vegas tech startup scene is happening. The other festival you're talking about is actually happening in October. It's the arts and music festival called Life is Beautiful, and it's actually the music is being programmed by the same people that do Outside Lands in San Francisco.
Very cool.
And we're actually shutting down 15 city blocks and fencing off actually the entire 15 blocks, which has never been done in any city, actually.
Breaking the
rules. That's pretty exciting. And then it'll also include arts and culinary and have speakers and so on. So happening this October.
That's a lot to manage. I mean, how do you decide what you're going to focus on when you're building out a whole community?
Yeah, I mean, there's probably literally 100 different projects going on, anything from bike sharing to co-working to First Friday, which is another monthly arts and music festival that draws about 25,000 people, and Life is Beautiful, and then all these tech companies. And so our philosophy is actually to try to keep the downtown project team itself pretty small, but instead invest in entrepreneurs that can do what they're passionate about but come up with a sustainable way of really doing that, what they're passionate about. So the Life is Beautiful person is passionate about music festivals, and so we've invested in it as a business investment.
And I know that Austin was an inspiration to you even in creating this, to bring a bit of Austin to downtown
Sure, we
Vegas.
have a question over here.
Okay.
Yeah, and definitely Austin has been a bit of inspiration.
Let's go to that question. Interactivity here.
Hi, Tony. My name is Ryan D'Alessio. I'm just curious with the new uproar from Yahoo working from home, the ban. Do you agree with that? And I guess, what are your thoughts on that?
I can't really comment on Yahoo, whether that's right for Yahoo or not. I don't know enough about their culture and what their goals are. I would say at Zappos, for example, we've experimented and tested whether we call them customer loyalty reps, but our call center reps can work from home. And what we found that there's actually, it has an impact on our culture, and there's other issues as well. So we generally want employees to be, we think that in-person interaction is really important. And so historically, we've always been about trying to get people to come into the office. But now with our move downtown, which is less than 6 months away, I think there's actually the really interesting question of, do we actually want them in the office, or do we want them kind of sprinkled around the community and not just interacting with each other, but also interacting with other entrepreneurs and artists and people from the creative class. And the reason for that is because research has shown that most innovation actually comes from something outside your industry being applied to your own. So it's those random encounters that you kind of lose a little bit of as you try to keep employees just talking to themselves.
We have 2 other questions. Bring it on, guys.
Hi, I'm Andy Plesser with BTV. And Tony, I have a question about Amazon. It's out there, big. What's the implications for you guys for retail in general, and where might it be going, and what are your thoughts?
So we don't actually really interact with Amazon very much, and so Amazon acquired Zappos a little over 3 years ago, but it's very different from most of their other acquisitions in that as a prerequisite, we told them we'd only do it if we could remain independent, grow our brand and culture and our way of doing business our way, which for most of their other companies, the plan is to be integrated into the parent company. So from our point of view, it's as if we swapped out our previous board of directors with a new one, and it's been over 3 years, and they've remained true to that. I interact with them once a quarter for a 2 or 3 hour meeting, and like the equivalent of a board meeting, and that's about it. One thing that I think is really interesting is I actually brought this is 3D printing, and
that is so cool.
That's actually a little shoe, but they're actually 3D printing normal sized shoes now, and so I think it'll be really interesting to see.
They as an
what
Amazon
happens.
or MakerBot?
Who
did this?
Ping Fu gave it to me.
Okay.
And so she's with a company called GeoMagic that does 3D printing, and then I think they actually just got acquired by another 3D printing company. And so I think like if and when that happens, like 20 years from now, that changes the entire industry, right? Like right now the process is they're manufactured in China, and then they get shipped over to the U.S. and the decisions as to which styles to make and how much to make of them is made 6 months, sometimes a year ahead of time, and you're trying to predict the future. Whereas here you can do it on demand, and I think actually the really interesting thing about 3D printing is going to be, and I think the prediction is actually in less than 20 years when 3D printers can print out 3D printers. And then you just
That's very meta.
And then you just drop
Sure,
one in
right here.
Africa, and then the world's completely changed.
Well, that take away the middle. I mean, consumers can create their own products. So what does that say for companies like yours or retailers in general?
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of crazy thinking about it. So.
It blows your mind, doesn't it, Tony?
Yes.
Next question.
Hey man, Scott Perry, how are you? Thank you very much for the shoes. Just ordered these right before
Yeah.
South by. Great tread, very comfortable, awesome service. Just I've got a big focus on social visual, and I'm wondering how are platforms like Tumblr and Pinterest affecting future layouts of your product as content and helps in hoping to sell more using those type of aesthetics?
So I don't know anything about all the, like, stuff is happening so quickly, and there's all these new I don't even know what you call them, the social tools, media networks,
media jargon
things that I don't even have. I can't keep up with them, and so I'm not the right person to ask. And
that you gotta do. You're known to be social, but
the other type of social, though, like
real social,
the drinking social, but that's actually part of the reason why I think other energetic young entrepreneurs can do a much better job of keeping up on that, and so I think that's part of the reason why this whole strategy of really integrating with downtown with the entire ecosystem is really important, because I definitely know I personally can't keep up with it. I doubt any single company can always be at the forefront of whatever the next social thing of the day is, and so I think you really need that cross-pollination with other people that are good, ultimately can be better at it and faster at it.
I know, lastly, Samsung has a STEM initiative, and they're really looking at empowering tomorrow's leaders through what they're doing. And education is also important to you and what you're building with your community. So can you speak on that?
Yeah, so I actually don't like using the word education, because for most people it implies kind of this standard classroom model. And so our whole strategy at Downtown Project is we have something we refer to as the 3 C's, and it's collisions, getting people to have those serendipitous interactions, community, and co-learning. So we use the word co-learning because there's more ways to learn than just in a standard classroom environment. That being said, we're actually opening up an early childhood center later this summer, initially 6 weeks through kindergarten, but eventually it'll include K through 12.
You're gonna be a principal.
Not me, but someone will. And it's actually gonna be focusing on teaching kids entrepreneurship and creativity using the latest research from neuroscience. So.
Very cool. Well, definitely check it out if you are in Vegas, downtownproject.com. Go see it. Follow him on Twitter at Zappos, and also Downtown Project has a Twitter.
Yes, and
we'll put that in the description
magically
below.
Appear
it will magically appear. Give it up for Tony Hsieh.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. So exciting, and thanks to all of you for watching. Coming up, we have something very special. Actually, we're done for the day. Yeah, we're done for the day, but I'll promote what's coming up tomorrow. At 2 p.m. we go live with our regular show where we give you a top 5 list of the top YouTube videos. And we have Shaq as a very special guest. That's at 2 p.m. here Austin time in the studio. Also, thanks to Brian Solis for coordinating that. He's going to be doing a keynote session with him. We also have many other people stopping by. And we'll be printing out that schedule in the morning here, so come back. And also, Charlie Todd from Improv Everywhere is going to be hosting a happy hour here tomorrow, like what I did with Tony Hsieh. So thanks, Tony Hsieh, for hosting today's happy hour. Thank you. Have a great day and night, South by Southwest. Survive, thrive, be well, my friends. See you later. Subscribe.